Go ahead.
And I think you may have answered it, but I was thinking about the relationship between language and its use as sort of heralding or pointing to recognition of self and other. And with the heralding of other comes prohibition. It's like they're all kind of coming together.
Bingo. Yes. And Sonia, that's such a brilliant point. It really gets at what I think is the next building block. If you think of these as like foundational blocks, the next one really does come to prohibition. Because what I want to ask then is, what's the first signifier? What's the first signifier that pops up? What is the signifier that introduces the cut? Show me where the incision first emerged, if we could put it that way. Now, in each of our lives, it's tough to say what the first signifier was. It could have been your first name that the primary caregiver used and you eventually learned, holy shit, that's me. I don't know what it would have been for you, but I can tell you, now bear with me here, exactly what the first signifier was for all of us. It does not matter what the word was. The function of the word was precisely the same for everybody. The first signifier has a universal function, and that universal function is prohibition. It is effectively a prohibition. So in a sense, no matter what the word was, its effect or the experience of that word was no. It was no. And remember what I said yesterday, the next level up. What then is prohibited? What does this primitive no, whatever the word was, its effect was no. What does this prohibition effectively prohibit? And the answer is, it prohibits any continued life without prohibition. It prohibits the human subject from moving through the world any further without language. And one of the things, again, I've mentioned that we see in psychosis, at least according to Lacan, remember, according to Lacan, psychosis takes one of its foundational starts from an utter rejection of that primitive signifier, that primitive no. The psychotic is somebody who resists to the point of rejecting. And that's not all an action on their part. Oftentimes, what can happen is that the primitive no was so softly spoken, if it was spoken at all, that it didn't take much for an already perhaps chemically unstable being to just push it right over and start moving through life as though there were no prohibition, as though castration had not occurred. And this, Lacan would say, is the origin of psychosis, linguistically speaking. Of course, we know there are lots of ways that somebody could wind up, quote, psychotic. But Lacan wants to say that language is a very highly determinate force. And a lot depends coming up on your relationship to language. So for instance, in the case of the pervert, and perversion for Lacan is a technical category, it's a clinical structure. We could talk a little bit about it today if you want. The best riff on this to date, I think, is Bruce Fink's Clinical Introduction to Lacan. He has chapters just on psychosis and on perversion and on neurosis. But his stuff on perversion is particularly good. It covers sadism, masochism, and fetishism. In the case of the pervert, you can oftentimes see that the, quote, no was pronounced just a little bit louder than it was for the psychotic, but not as regularly enough, not as consistently enough as to allow the law as a structure of prohibition to set in, which is why the pervert always lives out highly intensified relationships to the law. You see, that's the nature of sadism and masochism, according to Lacan. Don't forget, this is all according to Lacan. The masochist does not get off on being hurt. What they get off on is being told in language how bad of a girl they've been. What they get off on is being shown the instrument that is about to inflict pain on them. What they get off on, in other words, is a highly intensified expression of the law, of prohibition. You deserve this, don't you? This is about to happen to you because you've been very bad. And they experience jouissance. This is an intensification of the no that was only slightly or weakly pronounced when they were coming up. Similarly, the sadist, they don't get off on hurting others. That's the red herring. That's the trap, Lacan says. What they fundamentally get off on is pronouncing the law onto others. So the sadistic judge is not somebody who enjoys playing executioner. The sadistic judge is somebody who says something like, if I had my druthers, I would take you out back and shoot you myself. But we're bound by the law here, so I sentence you to blah, 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 blah. Their enjoyment, the judge's sadistic enjoyment, is at the level of threatening you with extreme violence, at the level of language. The sadist doesn't get off on whipping the masochist. They get off on walking over to the chest of toys, opening the lid, and watching the masochist squirm as they reach inside for an instrument. That's what the sadistic person gets off on. It's an intensified relationship to the law, not about pain. It's about legislation. The masochist enjoys having intense legislative acts imposed upon them, not violence, the law. And the sadist enjoys pronouncing these legislative acts. The idea here, though, is that because the original primitive no was very weak as they were growing up, their position in the symbolic as social beings, as structured beings, as contained humans, comfortable humans, consistent humans, requires that they spend much of their sexual life, in this case, trumping up that no, intensifying that no, making it louder. A way to think about this is just at the level of amplification. Perversion is fundamentally about amplifying the volume of the no that was only weakly heard earlier in life. So the psychotic never heard no. The pervert only heard it weakly and has to spend the rest of their lives in a state of enjoyment, trumping up the law. And the neurotic, the quote unquote, more or less normal person, because normalcy doesn't exactly exist for this school of thought. You can traverse your neurotic symptoms and get past them, but normalcy is not a thing. Normalcy is like an average. Instead of the word normal, we should just use the term usually, Lacan would say. Usually, this is how shit shakes down. That doesn't make you sane. It just means usually. But the neurotic is somebody for whom the no was pronounced coolly, calmly, consistently, in a volume that can be heard, and in a way that can be internalized as law. You see, the dark side of this is when you have a primary caregiver who doesn't just say no or prohibit certain things like pooping in the potted plant or crying at the store when you don't get what you want. They don't just prohibit it by saying, no, that's not how we act. No, that's not appropriate. Climb back up here, get back up into your chair. Let's try again. That's the way you want it to be done. But unfortunately, that's not usually how it happens. The parent is tired. They're already pushed to the limit. The child pops off, is having a moment, and the parent raises their voice, perhaps even uttering a threat. If you don't get back up into this chair right now and finish your dinner, they may even slam their hand on the table and say, that's it. This is extremely problematic in the Lacanian viewpoint. The reason why this is extremely problematic is because the force of the no, the force of the prohibition, is now linked to the jouissance of the lawgiver. The law is now only as powerful as the lawgiver's voice is raised. In other words, the law only holds for a child subjected to this insofar as the law is backed up by the threat of violence. And you can see that this is a normal thing that occurs, if you allow me a little bit of social theory here, by the fact that most people don't commit crimes because they don't want to do the time, not because they're against the committing of the crime. And I'll admit it myself, if I had my way, I would drive 95 miles per hour everywhere, like straight up, like down the city streets of San Francisco, 95 miles per hour. I don't care. I'm a good enough driver. I'm pretty sure I could get it done. My ego tells me we're cool. Everything's going to be fine. The reason why I don't is because I don't want to get arrested. I don't want to get caught. I don't want to get pulled over. It's the fear of punishment that encourages me to adhere to the law. And that is not a good relationship to have with the law. Ideally, the law that would be introjected, forming what Lacan calls the ego ideal, which is this capital I next to the big A in the bottom left-hand corner of the graph of desire. Ideally, the law that would be internalized and brought in, introjected, absorbed, and accepted would not be tied to the anger or the threat of the lawgiver or the lawkeeper or the fear of punishment. It would be because it's simply a reasonable law. I don't drive 95 because it's not safe, because if everybody drove 95 miles per hour, San Francisco would be even more of a mess than it currently is. That's a more appropriate relationship with the law. Because take note here, if the force of the law is only strong insofar as it is backed up by the threat of violence from the lawgiver, that's a bad law, is a quick and dirty way to put this. Ideally, the law on its own could stand without the need for the threat of violence by a lawgiver. And because this can get a little bit abstract, let me just throw some examples your way. So when I was growing up, I was always watching a lot of Westerns. I loved Westerns. And the theme always seemed to be the same to me. There's like an unruly town. Think about this. The town is crazy. There are like a gang of troublemakers that are kind of taking over the town, and the sheriff is in their pocket. And the town is just this lawless field of like sex and gambling and violence. It's just a mess, and innocent people are being hurt and blah, blah, blah. And then out of the desert comes the lawgiver. Now, if you prefer the Old Testament, I give you Moses. If you're a feminist and you prefer the Old Testament, I give you Ruth. The lawgiver arrives, enters the lawless town, and regulates that shit, unfortunately, usually by way of violence. But nevertheless, organizes and mobilizes the innocent people in a way that allows them to fight back, get a new sheriff in town, kick the gang out, whatever the case goes on, establishing law and order in a previously lawless town. Now, to clarify what I'm getting at here, I want to really emphasize what happens next. The lawgiver never stays. Just as, and it's usually a he, stumbles in from the desert, once the town is settled, legislated, with a good sheriff in place, the lawgiver always leaves. That's the point. The test of the law is not through the barrel of a gun. The test of the law is how well it fares after the gun has left town, when there is no gun. And that's ideally how the law would work here. You shouldn't need to have somebody telling you that you're a bad boy or a bad girl. And I'm not saying that you should be doing that yourself either. You shouldn't be telling yourself that. Think about the cycles of guilt and redemption that we go through around eating and exercising. And notice also the way that you eat too much and you feel this intense discomfort. That's jouissance. And then to make up for it, to punish yourself for that, You work out extra hard the next day and feel a different type of hurt. The strain of the muscle, another kind of jouissance. Here, what you see is you regulating your feelings of guilt or acceptance based on the infliction of pain, in this case, from you to yourself. That is not a good relationship to the no, to prohibition, to the law. A good no is a no that was pronounced coolly, calmly, and collectedly, and in a way that sticks with you as a signifier without need for the lawgiver or the pronouncer of that no to still be around. There's a reason why you don't still live with your parents. And if you do, that's cool too. But the reason why you're able to do that is because you've internalized all the great no's. And you're ready to get by without the actual lawgiver. Sometimes you still need that assistance, right? You're a grown-ass human, but you still call your primary caregiver and be like, yo, I got a question, man. I got a real situation that requires your old-ass wisdom. That kind of stuff. So the point here is, remember that this no can be pronounced with different levels of intensity, different levels of consistency. And depending on how it's pronounced and how this thing unfolds, you're going to have a different type of human subject. In Lacanian psychoanalysis, there are only 3 types: neurotic, pervert, and psychotic. You can be one of these 3. Each of them, of course, has lots of different subtypes, but these are the main clinical structures. And each one of them is, again, determined not exclusively, but at least essentially, Lacan would say, by the child's relationship to language coming up. The psychotic didn't hear no. The pervert didn't hear it loud enough. The neurotic usually heard it just enough, but unfortunately, sometimes with a little tinge of violence. I don't know anybody who falls outside of those 3 categories. But don't forget, this is just a performance. I'm telling you about Lacan. I'm not that kind of doctor. This is just a lay person on the street telling you I've never met anybody who I think is other than neurotic, psychotic, or perverse.
Dr. McCormick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yesterday you said that we hadn't quite gotten to the domain of the paternal. So is this sort of law all within the domain of the maternal?
Did you say paternal with a P?
Yeah. Well, you said we hadn't gotten to the paternal yesterday, so we're still in the maternal?
You got this right, my brother. This is great, because we are now entering into what Lacan refers to as the paternal function. And that doesn't mean, I want to emphasize this again, that does not mean that you have to have a penis or be a biological male in order to perform the paternal function. What he's trying to suggest is that usually, traditionally, this is a masculinized subject position that masculinized bodies tend to slip into. And the maternal function, it doesn't mean you have to be a biological woman to do that. It just means it tends to be, and if you think about this as a critical social theory, it makes a lot of sense. This is a feminized subject position that in order to occupy it, you have to usually be inscribed with certain codes of femininity to plug in. Doesn't mean you can't be that as a man. I mean, come on, people. So yes, we are now verging on the paternal function. And I want to be really clear about this. Remember how I gave you a very crisp and clean definition of little a? It's the minimum amount of distance required to maintain the distinction between any 2 entities. That's all it is. It's the irreducible gap that has to be maintained between 2 things in order to keep them separate. You see, even my hands pressed very firmly together, they're still 2 separate hands, and you can see that at the level of the crack. No matter how closely I press them together, they are still distinct, and you can see that. What else is the dream of sex but the ability to squash that gap. But let me tell you what you already know. Bodies pressed together, no matter how close or interpenetrative, are still two separate bodies. That little a is what keeps them distinct. It's what marks the irreducible gap between the two bodies. I want to give you a similar definition of the paternal function, because this has bollocksed up so many readers of Lacan over the years, producing all sorts of bad vibrations. Lacan talks about the, quote, name of the father as being a big deal. And I just want to tell you what he means by that very clearly. The name of the father is the know of the father. And the reason why I say that is because you have to remember, you're reading this in English. Lacan worked all this out in French. And in French, nom of the father, name of the father, cannot be audibly discerned from nom of the father, non with an N, not an M, of the father. Whenever he says name of the father, whenever he says that, the French listener hears simultaneously name of the father and know of the father. The paternal function is prohibition. It is the know. The utterance that marks the paternal function is a prohibitive utterance. And if you will bear with me, I'd like to show you a little bit of how this works. So getting back to these little diagrams that we've been drawing, I showed you one yesterday. And in this diagram, you had the maternal function related to the child. And then you had this imaginary object. And you'll recall how this went. The child has desire for the maternal function, or in this case, the primary caregiver. But they realize that this primary caregiver is also interested in other stuff, car keys, perhaps the phone. And so the child thinks, well, if I can secure this imaginary object for myself, then I will be able to have the maternal figure attend to me. So it's this kind of pre-Oedipal, highly imaginative move where the child figures if they can align themselves with whatever else mommy or daddy is interested in, they will in turn be able to satisfy their desire for mommy or daddy's affection. Is that clear so far? Okay. This example shows that even in the pre-Oedipal phase, even in a pre-linguistic phase, the child is already inclined towards symbolicity. Symbols are already popping up. This imaginary object is highly symbolic. It's like at one remove, the child knows that at one remove, if they can just identify with this, they will in turn get that. So what you see here is a kind of 1-2. 1 gets 2. That kind of abstract symbolic work where the phone symbolizes mommy or daddy's affection is a big deal. So this imaginary object, which Lacan, for better and I suggest mostly for worse, refers to as the imaginary phallus, is what allows the child to satisfy their desire for another, or at least this is the gambit or the gamble or the wager that the child is willing to make. Now, in neurosis, perversion, and psychosis, something happens in this model. And I'm here responding to this point about are we on the verge of the paternal function, because I'm going to walk us right up to it. Are we all clear on this diagram so far? Do you recall how this was desire for But then by working through the imaginary object, it showed the child assuming the desire of the parent and desiring parts of the world as someone other than themselves. Desire for, desire of, desire as. This is in essence what Lacan is doing when he says that man, human desire, is always the desire of the other, because it is as others that we desire. And you'll recall the example of the mirror, which once again is probably the only thing that everybody here today has done, is glance at themselves in the mirror. The mirror is an example of us desiring as others. Judging our likability based on how well we think we approximate the desire of another. That's the perspective that the mirror gets. It's not how do I look? The mirror answers a different question. How do I look from somebody else's perspective? And if you want to take the feminized turn here that happened in the 1980s, it was so damn crucial. And not just to film studies, but to broader social theory, it's this. To be a feminized subject in the West is usually to have thoroughly internalized one particular erotic gaze over the other. And that is the male, the heteronormative male erotic gaze. So when a woman, quote unquote, woman in the West looks at herself in the mirror, Laura Mulvey pointed out, what she is doing is not just looking at herself from her own point of view, not even looking at herself from another hetero woman's point of view. She's looking at herself from the point of view of an aroused male subject. I mean, ideally aroused, because it could also be a disgusted male subject. The question is not, am I desirable, but am I desirable to a hetero man? And so what you see is this internalization of a, let's face it, highly misogynistic way of seeing themselves that women in the West are taught to have just by strictly use of the mirror. So it's different for feminized subjects. And here again, I don't want to emphasize whether you have a penis or a vagina. Like my kid is right down the middle. People don't know if she's a boy or a girl. She doesn't like that, but she just is who she is. She still says she's a she, but people don't know. They call her they. This is a real thing. And it might be productive for her to remain in the middle, but damn if it isn't challenging. It's really difficult for her to be in the middle. It's much easier to simply toggle onto one side or the other. It's really easy to simply occupy one of the two binary positions. And what I'm here suggesting is that this logic of desire for, as, and etc., this is not just a theoretical exercise. This is shit that women go through day in and day out. And the origin of this thought, the origin of this insight, Laura Mulvey got it by reading Lacan. The term in question here is called the gaze, G-A-Z-E. The gaze is always there. It is the position and any position from which you can be seen. And we internalize this. Lacan's great example of this is being a poor, broke student and working on a fishing boat. And he's out there floating around trying to catch fish with all these drunk Frenchmen. And he says, one of the Frenchmen turns to him and says, "You see that tuna can out there?" And Lacan says, "No, I don't." And the Frenchman laughs, "Well, it sees you." And Lacan says, that's how the gaze works. Even and especially when you don't see it, it sees you. You know who else internalized that idea and gave us the greatest theory of the prison system that the modern world has yet to see? Foucault and his theory of the panopticon, which actually got internalized into the very structure of modern prison systems. This is the logic of the two-way mirror. The logic of the two-way mirror is you don't know if there's anybody behind there watching you. But the very fact that there could be someone watching you from that perspective causes you to behave well. Prison systems loved this because it meant they needed less guards. They realized that in order to keep prisoners in line, it was more cost-effective and more effective generally to simply have a tower with a mirrored exterior than to actually have a physical guard there armed, even pointing a gun at the subject. My friend Mark Andreevich refers to this as the work of being watched. The work that we do to maintain ourselves and our relationships as though they're being watched. This is also directly derived from Lacanian psychoanalysis. So think of what's happening here today as the Karate Kid on fast forward. You don't know why I'm asking you to paint the fence. You don't know why I'm asking you to wash the car. And you might not ever figure it out either. But what I'm trying to do here in this moment is to show you that the foundations, these building blocks of Lacanian psychoanalysis that I'm giving you, prop up a whole hell of a lot of social thought and social critique. This isn't just about how the child is introduced to language and prohibition and the like. Nah, this isn't just about desire for, of, and as. This is about what happened to you when you became a, quote, woman. This is what happened to your patient when they followed the similar path. Lacan is never just popping off, even and especially when it sounds like he is. Those are usually when he's making the most profound points, clinical points about how to do this stuff. So here we are. With that said, and with this in front of us, are you clear enough with this basic model for us to start taking it apart and adding things to it? Good. Any questions so far?
Before we hop to the paternal function, can you just take a minute to talk more about how the real relates to the longing for the maternal body?
Yeah. In seminar 20, about 10 years after the essay that we read today, Lacan starts to develop these two different fields of jouissance, of enjoyment. He says there is phallic jouissance, which tends to be masculinized. This is hypergenitalized forms of sexual enjoyment. And the dominant organ for that enjoyment becomes the dick, the phallus. Lacan always wants to make this distinction that Freud intuited but never quite developed between a penis and a phallus. One of the problems that comes up with people reading Lacan is that they think when he says phallus, he's talking about dicks. He's not. The biological organ, the anatomical flap of skin known as the penis, is not what Lacan is talking about when he talks about the phallus. The phallus is an image of the penis, a derived figure, a symbol, if you will. So there can be a symbolic phallus, and in this case, an imaginary phallus. But they are signifiers. He is not referring to the biological organ. So you cannot have a penis, but have lots of phalluses. You can have access to the phallus without having a penis. You can have a penis, but not have the phallus at all. And let me be very clear, and also a little quipping. Most people who have the phallus are also dicks. You see what I did there? Isn't that hilarious? Thank you. Thank you. I'll be here all night. Thank you for coming to my comedy show. This is great. TED Talk turned comedy. Yeah, this is a very good thing to know here. Part of what allows somebody to be that quote unquote jerk is their relationship to the phallus. You can think of the phallus not so much as a penis, think of it as whoever has the mic. The phallus is very much like the microphone. And you have to ask yourself, what's better? Do you want to have the phallus, or do you want to be the phallus? Do you want to have the thing that allows you to speak louder than everybody else and be heard? Or do you want to be the thing that allows someone else to speak louder and allow them to be heard? And let me put this very clearly in terms of hip hop culture, right? Do you want to be the mic that gets passed from MC to MC to MC? Do you want to be the phallus that gets passed around between the boys? Think about this. Or do you want to be among the boys that has the phallus, that gets a turn with it? It's kind of a crass way to think about this, but it puts us on a different path, not an anatomical path, as Freud would leave us, but on a social path, where now what we're looking at are power relationships. The phallus has everything to do with navigating differential power relationships. Relations of power in which some people are allowed to have the mic and others are not. Guess who else read Lacan? Gayatri Spivak, The Origin of Subaltern Studies, for those of you that have done all your post-colonial theoretical work at this point. And one of the things that she learned from Lacan about subaltern subjectivities, the colonized body, is that the colonizer had dominated the discussion for so long that we had been asking the wrong question. We used to think, why is it that the subaltern can't speak? Spivak turns the question on its head using Lacan, but also Derrida, to say the question is not, why can't the subaltern speak? The question is, why can't we hear them? And I would just suggest that you might put the same question to nature. The question is not, are the dolphins talking? The question is, why can't you understand them? So you can flip this question in ways that a Lacanian would allow you to do. But I want to emphasize this again. One of the great origins of subaltern studies is Lacanian psychoanalysis. Because when you start shifting from penis talk and penis envy and all this nonsense, and you start getting into the symbolic rigors of the project, in other words, shifting from penis to phallus, now you're starting to talk about something more interesting: social relations, relations of power, relations of authority, domination, colonialism. Don't forget that one of the best Lacanians the 20th century ever saw was Fanon. Did you know that? People are finally tuned into the fact that he was also a practicing Lacanian psychoanalyst. And his job as an analyst was to analyze subaltern subjectivities. And he said Lacanian psychoanalysis needed a serious tune-up in order to be able to work for the subaltern subject. Frantz Fanon, one of the great Lacanians of the world. You can even read his case notes now. They're out. It's pretty interesting. I predict in about 5 years that that field of scholarship is going to be popping. It's already starting to, but it's pretty terrific what's happening with Lacan in African studies. Anyway, I digress. Hillary asked a question about the maternal function, about this identification with mother as wholeness. I would just suggest that woman's body is oftentimes figured as another uteromorphic space and not too far removed from the uterus itself. It's partly for that reason. There's also something highly misogynistic, though, that has happened along the way. For a woman to appear in public in the West, she's usually been represented as one of 4 figures, each of which is determined by a maladaptive uterus. So for instance, for a woman to appear in public, she was oftentimes figured as a whore, prostitute. That was one of the big 4. Now, woman in public that you would see back in the day, I'm talking hundreds of years ago, if she was out in the street without a man, you'd be like hooker. That was the assumption. And like any successful prostitute, barring, of course, certain subsets of human sexuality, prostitutes are skilled at having sex and not getting pregnant. They know how to stop their uterus from working. A non-working reproductive system is the condition of possibility for effective hookerdom. This is the misogynistic theory. Yeah, seriously. Let's put it on the other side of things. Not the extremely alluring prostitute who knows how to flip her uterine switch off. Put us on the other end. The witch. Now, what you know about witches are old, covered with blemishes. They've got canes and gnarly hands. Witches are typically depicted as crones. A crone. In other words, they are depicted as women who are past their reproductive age. The witch is always somebody who doesn't need to turn off her uterus because it has already turned off on its own. The witch is out there working it through, casting spells, meeting up with people, visiting courts and the like. Think of this fantasy, these myths of witches. It's a total stereotype too, by the way. Witches can be other things too. But the stereotype, the Disney depiction of the witch is always as someone who couldn't get pregnant if she tried. Menopause. In the religious tradition, you have a third, the heresiarch. This was the woman in the history of Christianity in particular who wanted to be a leader in the church. Call her Joan of Arc, if you will. You'll note that women were allowed leadership in the Christian church, but only insofar as they remained virgins. Here is the figure of the nun. Now, the church is less of an authoritative force today than it was 1,000 years ago. But the traditions that were established after 2,000 years of intense Christianity, it's only recently that Christianity has kind of dropped into the background, allowing the other big C, capitalism, to become the dominant ideology of the West. It used to be Christianity and capitalism for hundreds of years, from about 1500 forward. But then about 150 years ago, Christianity starts to drop off, displaced by quote unquote science and the like. But for thousands of years, and we're talking a couple thousand years at this point, about 2 millennia, Christianity was right there long before capitalism was there. Now, what's interesting is you can see the way that Christianity shored up capitalism. The Christian relationship to money very much informed the modern turn towards capitalism. The two C's were always hooked into each other in strange ways. But in the case of Christianity, all those millennia of women being put into nunneries, get thee to a nunnery, it allowed for a certain public image of woman to emerge. This was woman as virgin. Only ever fucking Jesus, and only ever through her ear or whatever, some other orifice, some other opening becomes the new vagina. But the idea here is that we see a similar theme emerging. The witch, the prostitute, the nun, these are all women whose reproductive systems have been shut down, closed off. Which brings us to the fourth, and arguably the most familiar to you figure. This is the hysteric. The hysteric prior to World War I was often a feminized subject position. Now, what Freud realized after World War I is that guys coming back from war with shell shock, quote unquote shell shock, were hysterical. And I don't mean funny. They were hystericized subjectivities, and they could be treated and helped the same way that a hysteric as the feminized body could be helped as well. But prior to that point, from really Aristotle forward, there was this idea, and now Aristotle, come on people, that's over 2,000 years ago. There was this idea that when woman spoke up in public, for woman to quote, raise her voice, what was actually being raised was her uterus. And that what was happening when woman would speak is that Aristotle figured that her uterus had gotten lodged in her throat. It had strayed. It had strayed from its proper crotchal region up into her throat. And you know what the Greek word for uterus is, right? Hyster, as in hysterectomy, as in hysteria. The treatment of the hysteric patient prior to World War I was the treatment of a stray uterus. It was as though the vagina had learned to talk. And that was the treatment. These 4 ways that women were allowed to appear in public all have the very same foundation: a maladjusted, non-functioning reproductive system. This was properly woman outside her place, outside the private sphere, what the Greeks knew as the oikos, which is the origin of the word economy, which is why that class you took in high school, home ec, was totally redundant. It should have just been called economy. Oikonomy. The oikos gives us economy. It was originally the study of private home life and the types of reproduction that occur there at the level of food maintenance, at the level of slave maintenance. Greeks had slaves, democracy and all, but also primarily at the level of reproduction, the reproduction of life. This was all the purview of woman in antiquity, and it carried forward. So for woman to stray from the private sphere, the home oikos, out into public, something was going to be mixed up. That subject position couldn't even appear in what Lacan would call the field of phallic jouissance. Woman always occurred in some other place, some place beyond the masculinized world of publicity, of the public sphere. So for her to show up was to show up as this kind of anomalous being, unlike any woman that you had ever experienced. Because the women that the man would have experienced back then would have been sisters destined to become mothers, mothers destined to become grandmothers. It was all premised on reproduction, on this uterine experience that was properly woman's experience. So now you can start crunching this into different cultural traditions where menstruating women, anything that signals femininity, anything that signals reproduction, involves them being cast out, shoved aside, pushed into this other field, as I kind of push beyond the frame of my screen to kind of show you this other space that can no longer be seen. In Seminar 20, Lacan calls this not phallic jouissance, but other jouissance, something different, something beyond. And his argument there, which has been missed by so many scholars, is that women have access to phallic jouissance, but they also have access to something else that men, and here we mean masculinized subjectivities, do not have access to. The masculinized subject only has access to phallic jouissance, genitalized jouissance, sexual enjoyment at the level of a swimsuit zone. The feminized subject has access to jouissance that doesn't occur here, but over here somewhere. And this gets to Hilary's question, because woman starts to become the figure, a figure of something that is beyond the social order. Something or someone with access to a field that is already prohibited to those who speak, already prohibited to members of society. She doesn't just have access to jouissance, which society prohibits. She has access to an other jouissance, another. Not just regular jouissance, the kind of shit that happens in the bedroom with closed doors. She now has access to something that can't even be comprehended by the symbolic. Whatever can't be comprehended by the symbolic, in Lacanian terms, is referred to as the real. the real. This is how feminized subjectivity, especially at the level of jouissance, oftentimes gets hooked into the real, even if only in a fantastical way, even if only at the level of the imaginary. In other words, you can have an imaginary real. An imaginary real is like some horrific shit that happened to you in your dream last night. The horrific, traumatic, imaginary real first appears on the scene in the dream of Irma's injection. If you'll recall, this is one of the defining dreams that Freud works out in the interpretation of dreams. He calls Irma over to the window. She'd been complaining of some issues. He opens her mouth, looks in the back of her mouth, in the back of her throat, effectively seeing an oral vagina back there, and sees all of these curly, turbinal, bone-like structures, like a nose that had decomposed into the back of her mouth. The history of this is fascinating. It gets back to Emma Eckstein and the origins of psychoanalysis, one of the first patients to ever be treated with psychoanalysis, and her near-death hemorrhages again and again because of some botched ass nasal surgery that Felice performed at Freud's behest. But as Freud works through his own self-analysis of this dream, he keeps coming back to this horrible imaginary real, this image that he had that made his dream a nightmare of this woman with a decomposed throat, a decomposed nose and mouth. So what I want to suggest here is that the figure of femininity that Hillary points us to, it doesn't mean that that's the real. It can be a fantasy of the real. It can be part and parcel of, in other words, the imaginary. There are ways that woman has been fantasized as a mystical being with access to some sort of uterine sphere that nobody can fully understand. That's different from Lacan conceptualizing this. The fantasy that we oftentimes see, well, I see it all the time. I live in San Francisco, right by the Women's Building. If you know this area in the Mission, it's a huge building that's just painted with mystical dreams of femininity. And one of the pinnacle pictures at the top of the Women's Building is of a woman sitting there cross-legged in a kind of like meditative pose with a translucent uterus with a baby in it. And she's like radiating this light, this kind of mysticism around reproductive life and on woman's ability to do that. To the extent that that approaches horror, the grotesquerie of woman's anatomy, you might have something like an imaginary real. So I want to suggest that it's a little more nuanced than just saying woman occupies or has access to the real. I want to suggest that that in and of itself can be a fantasy. What else is going to the mountains backpacking where you know there are rattlesnakes and that you could possibly die, but a fantasy about encountering the real? Because the real is the snake that leaps out from under the rock and lashes out at your leg. The real is the tile that accidentally falls from the roof of the Women's Building in San Francisco and hits you on the head. The real, as Lacan once put it, is the knock at the door that wakes you from the dream. What else is on your mind?
I'm curious to circle back to yesterday. I would love, I'm trying to get a sense of it, but more clarification on that linking of signifiers and both how and to what degree they map onto sort of biological body.
You know what? You asked a version of that question yesterday, and we just did not get around to answering it. This is really it. I mean, this is a great question, Chandler's. I still think this is a profound area for work. I think the primary object of this should be the tattoo. How is it that the signifier gets inscribed in the body. And there are certain things that we can talk about, for instance. We can talk about, for instance, if you study like the mechanics of public speaking, and you start talking with people, and usually it's first year freshmen in college who have to take this class called public speaking, and you know the temperature in the room hasn't changed between the time class started and the time this student has to give their speech. But it's something about approaching the front of the room causes them to sweat. And they'll say things like, can we open a window before I get started? It's really hot in here. And I've got a thermometer. I'm like, yo, the temperature has not changed in this room. There's something about the social space that has caused a physiological reaction. That might be one of the ways that you can see this happening. There can also be times when, for instance, you might have a horrible ex, somebody who really messed with you and you really messed with them. And then you meet somebody who has the same name as them, and you have an immediate aversion to that person, or worse still, a kind of attraction to them. That is occurring at the level of the signifier. You know, one that happens to me sometimes, I don't know a lot of people named Sam, but when I meet somebody named Sam, my first initial reaction, like right out of the gates, is like, nah, your name's not Sam. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so, man. No, what's your real name? No, for real. What's your name? There can only be one. That's kind of how the master signifier works. But that knee-jerk impulsive response has to say, like, come on, Akasa, how many Akasas have you ever met?
I met Akasha.
So close, but no cigar. This is a really important thing, that one of the first and foremost signifiers that we embody, that we feel is ours, that points to us, that is ours, that we are it, is that first name. That first name, Chandler, is one of the signifiers that it's almost like you feel is you. It's not an abstract signifier that can be put into anybody's sentence, like the vertical pronoun I. It's the opposite of a shifter. It's the furthest thing from a shifter. Chandler is a proper name that can only be felt by you. It equals you. Nobody else could possibly be a Chandler. I suspect that if you were to put this question to Lacan, this is one of the primary directions he would go. He would say, let's take a look at proper names. Let's take a look at your first name, because your last name is almost always going to be one that is shared by others like you, typically in your family. But that first name, unless you're Sicilian or something like this, where your name's like everybody on my mother's side of the family, the Michelis, all these people have the name, they're either named Frank or Philip, or some Frank Philip or Philip Frank. There's like an occasional Joe in there, but they all have the exact same first name. Then there's like Frank Philip II. Then there's Frank Philip III, Philip Frank I, and they have like 3 names, man. So even that first name gets socialized. But in the American tradition, in the Western tradition, typically, we have that first proper name as being a special one. Your parents, your primary caregiver may have decided to even take your name, which is pretty regular, and spell it a little differently to further make it special just for you. So I would think the first place to start looking for the signifier's relationship to the body at the level of inscription, the way that it is written into your body, would be at the level of the proper name. And then take it to the next level and think about the proper name as the tattooed word. It's not just anything that you get tattooed on your arm, it's her name. And then, of course, don't forget about the stereotypical tattoo from Popeye and stuff forward to remind you whose name it usually is. Isn't it interesting? I don't know anybody who has their own name tattooed on their body. It's somebody else's name. It's the proper name of another, and not just any other. In the stereotype, to the extent that it holds, what's tattooed on the body is the mother's tongue. And that would be Lacan's point. Even if you were to tattoo your own name onto your body, the letters of which your name is comprised are not yours. They belong to the symbolic. They belong to the big other. So here's another way to think about the proper name. It may feel as though it deeply cuts into you. It is a part of your living organism. To the extent that, like me, you see somebody else with your first name and you're like, nah, there can only be one. Just as you know, you can only be in one place physically at a time. You might think that there can only be one of you with that name in physical space at a time. You can't sit in two chairs at once, and there can't be two Chandlers at once. But Lacan would also invite you to remember that the signifiers that make up CHANDLER are not of your making. They belong to the big other. So it would be no coincidence that when the human subject literally tries to inscribe themselves with signifiers at the level of the tattoo, of course they're not going to put their own name on it, because there's a fundamental tension between the identification of your name as your own and the belied fact that it's comprised of letters not of your own making. And then the appropriation of some other name and its inscription onto your body. And again, I just want to emphasize, stereotypes matter, not because they're correct, but because they have a life of their own. And here's one of them. It wouldn't just be any other that gets tattooed on your body. It's an intimate other. The person from whom you received care. What's tattooed on your body is care from another, care from mother, care from other. Lacan is always playing with that. The from other and the from mother. Doesn't mean you got to be a mommy to be a mommy. I'm a mommy to my kid. I think it's a great question. And I know why you're asking it, Chandler, given your practice and the kind of work that you do. I can't say that I've read anything in the Lacanian literature that really speaks to that. But I do know that he is of the opinion that signifiers usually get inside us and they become us. And in fact, he thinks that the enunciating subject as an embodied, erased, zeroed out in the language world, part of us, he says that is the work of the signifier. The signifier is what I like the expression places under erasure. You heard me refer to that. The reason why I like places under erasure is because the eraser is usually attached to the very thing that produces the inscription. It's the opposite end. Now, this is a pen, but it's the opposite end of the pencil. The pencil that writes is also the one that can simultaneously, not usually, but if you work it right, erase. And that's worth noting here. When the grammatical subject emerges, the end of the pencil that writes it into existence is moving just as much as the end of the pencil that places another part of you under erasure. That's what Lacan means when he flits around with the idea of, in order for one thing to exist, the other thing has to die. Because the mechanism for its existence, what brings it into existence, is the very same device that rubs something else out. And once you start thinking like this, you can get into deconstruction and Derridian work. Important stuff for thought, especially if you want to become one of these high-end, sophisticated, Black Gucci clad, $500 an hour, only in New York or San Francisco psychoanalysts.
I have a question. Since you're talking about the big other, can you just review the concept with the small other as well? I just feel like I'm in the unknown still.
Awesome. Thank you, Amy, because that's a really tricky one. And it's one that oftentimes is a great source of confusion. So Lacan will oftentimes say things like the big other doesn't exist. What he means by that is that the big other is law with a capital L, society with a capital S. The big other is normativity. The big other is like the collection or the big ism that describes an entire body of embodied actions, but it's the category. The big other, as symbolic, is the thing that contains all the words. The little other in this case would be one particular word. So take a good example of this. The law. Yes, it's written down in books, but think about the relationship between the law and the cop. The police officer is a little o other who derives his or her authority from a monopolization, not just on violence, but a monopolization of access to the law. And cops use this all the time. They pull you over and they purport to know something about the law that you don't, usually around issues of probable cause and suspicion and stuff like that. And they'll say things that are tricky, like, can I look in the trunk of your car? And you're like, fuck, what if I say no? If I say no, does that give them probable cause because they think I'm hiding something? I'm not hiding anything, but I really am late for an appointment. And I don't think he has any right to look into my trunk. Can I just say no and move on? Or do I need to say yes in order to move on faster? What do I do? This tension, this ambiguity, the anxiety that the cop provokes by asking, can I search your car, is sadistic. And the reason why it's sadistic is because it shows you having an anxious response to the law. And if the cop is a sadist, that's what they get off on. They don't actually even want to search your trunk. They want to see you squirm. And they want to see you squirm because you are uncertain of the law. And the authority of the cop comes from their ability to say, I am not uncertain about the law. I have a very clear understanding of how the law works. I have privileged access to it. If you don't like this ticket, I'll see you in court. And guess what? I'm a cop. Judges love me. You're never going to win against me. So you have these power plays that the little o other makes by claiming to be an instantiation or the privileged representative of the big O other as law. So think of it as big O other as the dictionary and little o other as a specific word. And it might even be the word dictionary. Then you could have big O other as law. Not any particular law, but as kind of like law and order. Dun dun, that kind of shit. And then you've got the individual instantiation, the little o other of the law. That's a good, clean way to distinguish them. I would like to add one more complexity to this, though. You've heard me describe the big O other as the symbolic. Language, society, normativity, but the symbolic, all of this is captured for Lacan with this category, this register known as the symbolic. I'd like to suggest that most little o others have less to do with the symbolic than they do with the imaginary. Most little o others are playing out little o other fantasies. And most of our relationship to little o others are imaginary relationships. The primary little o other that we interact with is the entity just above the split subject in the lower right-hand side of the graph of desire. This figure up here is called your ideal ego. And it is as it sounds. This is the celebrity that somebody once said you remind them of. This is the poster of that celebrity hanging above your bed, to stick with some of these examples. This is the vision of you provided by your selfie. The selfie that exhibits you extremely well, as you can still see as you flip through these screens with people who have their cameras turned off. I've noticed though today as well that many people have removed their images, and now what we see is just their name, which is great. Except for Mimi, who's awesome. Her dog is still here. Kick ass Mimi, thank you. So appreciate that. But the idea here is that Mimi's dog, this black dog down here, what kind of dog is that, Mimi?
He's a late Black Russian Terrier. Passed away in March.
That Black Russian Terrier is your ideal ego, or one of them.
Yes, one of them. Perfect.
It's one of them. Yeah, that's right. You can have lots of them. But the idea here is that the ideal ego is a little o other that you imagine to be the best version of you. So I want to emphasize here that little o others tend to be imaginary. And you can see this sometimes when you hear people talking about, you ever see somebody walk by and you're like, damn, that dude looks just like his dog. How is that even possible? How is that a thing? Like I've never, as Mimi fluffs her hair, brilliant, I love it. I mean, so you have these weird ways that people tend to surround themselves with things that they think are their best side. You ever have somebody who gets a new phone, and with the new phone, a new opportunity to get a new case, and then they get the new case and you're like, oh, that is so you. That is so you. Of course you would get a case that has cats on it. Oh my God, I can't even believe this. Someone gets a car, and it's not just any old car. It's a Honda Civic. They want to trick it out. They're going to bow the legs on the thing. They're going to put an aftermarket exhaust, a totally unnecessary spoiler, a cam on the front. This thing is tricked. They got a sound system. All the windows are tinted. It's got a custom paint job. And you look at that and you're like, damn, what an identity you have. Look at you. Look at you. And they're like, no, don't look at me. Look at my car. I am my car. Somebody who's out there wiping it down with a baby diaper, unused, of course, but somebody who so identifies with some object in their life. Whatever it is, that object is their ideal ego, or one of them. You may not care about cars. You may only care about living spaces, and your office has to be impeccable. You want everything to be in its place before you leave home or leave work. You want everything to be perfectly ordered and ready for the next day. You might even be obsessive about the arrangement of your office. That could be your ideal ego. You may be obsessed with your own makeup, your own hair, your own wardrobe. Your closet might need to be organized in certain ways. That closet, the closet with the doors that you took off because your closet is so well arranged that you think it's a part of an art show that you're exhibiting in your room. You're like, I just don't even need closet doors because this shit is a work of art, baby. That kind of stuff. Those are also ideal egos. If you can recall that now classic film Spring Breakers, look at all my shit. That's your little o other. Little o others tend to be all your shit. It can be also your children. You ever see a kid who's definitely overdressed for an occasion, not comfortable, and you always are like, yeah, okay, your parents want to dress you up. Got it. And then you have adults who have horror stories about having to get dressed up for shit that they always hated. They always hated wearing this stuff. Why they make me wear this? It's not about the kid. In this case, it's about the adult and the child, the little other, literally being a little other, working out something that the parent themselves longs for. You ever see the aging parent who's wearing trendier clothes than the youthful, attractive child? Start working that through. Think about the ways that parents often try and live vicariously through their children. Your child can be a little other. Your comments here are great. I love it. But the idea is that these are imaginary. We could even say imaginations of other things, other people, and the like. So the big O other puts us in the field of language, abstraction, law and order, normativity. The big O other points to not the ideal ego, but the ego ideal. The ego ideal is at the other end of the arrow I just drew for you. It's this IA. In Lacanian algebra, what you will oftentimes, in fact, almost always find, are things that are written in capital letters and non-italicized are things that belong in the symbolic. Things that are italicized and written in lowercase are shorthand for things that belong primarily in the imaginary. Which is why you can see here that specular image or ego or ideal ego is written in lowercase, but ego ideal is here written in uppercase. This is from the symbolic. This is all the norms and expectations about what it means to be a man or a woman or a psychologist or a therapist, all of those social standards that you internalize and try and ultimately fail to live up to, which may be the truth behind your pursuit of a PhD or a, what are you getting? You're getting a PsyD, I think, at this point, right?
PhD.
Those are all right here. Thank you for clarifying. Those are all right here. Internalizations from the symbolic. Ideals that you hold or standards that you hold your ego to and then fail to live up to in order to then enter the superego, allow the censor to come and punish. The superego in Lacanian terms is a punitive ego. It's the part of you that kicks your own ass. It's the censor. It's the disapproving part of you. Your ego ideal are all of the standards that you fail to live up to as an individual ego. And I'll add it here as the little m. So here's how that circuit would work. If you actually want to play it out, you internalize all the expectations of society. They constantly make you feel inadequate, hence split subjectivity. You're incomplete, you're fragmented, you can't live up to them. So you then look to the exterior world for some little o other to prop you up. This is, I'm going to get a new car. That'll make me feel less old. I'm going to get a new wife. That'll make me feel, you know what I'm saying? So you start working through the list of objects that you can latch onto to kind of prop up your otherwise feeling of being split and inadequate. That propping up, where you combine feeling like a weak, old shit brain with all the stuff that you surround yourself with to make you feel otherwise, the new house, the fancy car, the blah, 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 the new phone, all that stuff. When you combine these two, you get an ego. That's what the ego is made of. The ego is a composite, I told you yesterday. It's a composite figure that is made of your feelings of inadequacy, because you know you're a split subject, combined with all of these imaginary others that you use as crutches. And that then congeals, almost like a Frankensteinian congealment, like all the parts are brought together to form an ego. Your ego is like Frankenstein. all these different parts and objects and splinterings are brought together, stitched together into this hideous beast that you try to teach to play the violin. Something along those lines. And you want everybody to tell you how beautiful it is. And they're like, yo, bro, this thing looks like Frankenstein. And you're like, yes, but isn't it handsome? Tell me it's handsome. Tell me you love it. Don't you want it with you right now? You want it, don't you? You start going through these things, and what you're really doing is asking somebody to love the creature. But let's be clear. Creation is the building of something from nothing. Your Frankenstein is not a creature because it's built from things. And those things are little others, imaginary others, oftentimes ideal egos. And then the circuit continues. And you go back down and you fish into these ego ideals, which in turn make you feel more and more inadequate. The superego is usually here and here, operating in between, and usually punishing the ego for not living up to the standards of the ego ideal, which in turn causes more reliance and more impulse towards imaginary others. So I told you yesterday that Lacan really breaks down this ego stuff more than anybody, I think. At least, I mean, your reading is more vast than mine on this, but my understanding is that his work with the ego is pretty damn complex. So you have these figures, you have ideal egos. These are your specular images, your little o others. You have ego ideals, which are all the laws and expectations that society has imposed upon you. Then you have superegos. The superego is the censor, is the punisher, is the one that comes in and punishes you. The superego is the sadist inside you. We are all somewhat sadistic insofar as we have superegos, according to Lacan. And their job is always the same: censorship, punishment, and the like. And then you have the ego itself, which is usually a composite of all these things. Yeah. Go ahead.
Is a superego like those voices delivered by the ego ideal?
That's a great question. I don't know. I don't know if that would be fair to say. It kind of makes sense. You'd kind of think that it would be. But I don't think that the ego ideal has a punitive part in it. The superego as its own entity is what looks at the ego ideal and all of the different standards that you've internalized. And then it takes a look at your ego, this Frankenstein fuck-up creature that you've made, not out of nothing, but out of other things. And it says, whoa, ego's way down here looking like shit. So ego ideal is way up here. You're nowhere close to that. And then the superego runs in between, reminding you of the great discrepancy and punishing you for your inability to live up. But I don't know if it receives its voice from, which is really interesting, because if I take your point here, which is a very profound one, is that the superego has a voice. And it does, doesn't it? You can't hear it, but it has a voice.
Well, and I was kind of formulating off of, like, if you go up that cell a little bit above the specular image and you run into the big A, and then it loops back around through signification of this unbarred other, and then comes back down to this, eventually, the ego ideal.
Brilliant. I like it, because it also gives us an opportunity to speak about voice, which you can see in the finished graph. So we are on page 692. In the French, page 817. And you can see that above the ideal ego, little ia, you have voice out there. It's a very interesting read on this. And that if Nick's working this, it would be from split subject to ideal ego to the voice of the big other, back around on the retroactive arrow to meaning according to the big other, and then back down into the ego, and then back into the ego ideal. That is absolutely one way to do this. And you'll note that it's one of a couple of ways. So from split subject, you can turn left at the ideal ego. And that short circuit is the one that I've been showing for you the past few minutes. That is a representation of what Lacan develops in the mirror stage that everybody so loves to talk about. That little first short circuit. It is also what he develops in another schema that you can look up called schema L. L as in lovely. Schema L is him working out these four elements at the bottom. What Nick is offering is for us to, instead of making that left turn, take the second left turn from big A to meaning according to the big A, and see if that gives us access to something more akin to the superego. The reason why I like it and why I think it would make sense is because that first horizontal line that goes from signifier all the way to voice, that's like the threshold of language. It's what I was drawing for you yesterday as the child's expression of need is converted by the adult's interpretation into demand. They're occurring at on different sides of that very same arrow. So if we were to draw it, it would look something like this. The bottom part of that graph shows need down here. The cry comes up, meets all the possible responses, big A, that the adult could do, circles back around. The adult picks one of those possible responses. Remember me bringing a blanket or food to my kid, and that transforms the need into a demand. Well, the threshold between need and demand, need being bio-animalistic and demand being socio-linguistic, the horizontal arrow here is that of language. So you would have beneath this arrow, bioanimalistic, above this arrow, sociolinguistic. And that's the very same arrow that we see here running from signifier to voice. And so part of what I like about what Nick's doing here is suggesting that because the superego does seem to have a voice, does seem to have language, perhaps it is formed by taking the second left turn in the graph of desire.
And to take that a little bit further or differently, I feel like the superego, by nature of using language, is not only perhaps criticizing or berating self for not being the idealized ego, but also other, because they are not the idealized ego.
Yeah, isn't that always the case? I think you're right, Plum, that there would always be the superego is basically saying, why aren't you them? Why aren't you them? Again and again and again. You're still not them. You're still not them. That's why you're always in a trap, Lacan says, in another very famous essay, this one from the 1950s, The Function in the Field of Speech and Language in Psychoanalysis. If you want some stone cold Lacan, this piece is the manifesto. This is him saying, if you want to know what Lacan does, this is what I do. The Function in the Field of Speech and Language in Psychoanalysis. The only reason why I didn't assign it to you for this is that it's about 70 pages long. I thought we better start with something a little denser, 30-pager instead. But that would be the next place for you to turn if you really wanted to see how this stuff works clinically. The Function in the Field of Speech and Language in Psychoanalysis, or something along these lines. It's a great essay. It's in the same book that we're reading right now. It's a long one, but part of the work he does in there is exactly along these lines. And he says, if somebody shows up and asks you a simple question like, do you think I look like Emma Stone? People have told me that I look like Emma Stone. What do you think? Lacan is like, you're fucked no matter how you respond to that question. If you say no, obviously you're going to hurt that person's feelings. But notice what happens, and this is where Lacan focuses his attention. What if you say yes? If you say yes, I think you do look like Emma Stone. You would think this would be a flattering comment to the person, but to Palomi's point, it is not. It is deep down a shattering, because it says to them effectively, you are not yourself. The part of you that everyone else finds appealing is the part of you that is not you. It's the Emma Stone part of you. And all that does when you answer in the affirmative is it reminds that person that they are only worthwhile to themselves insofar as their ego is comprised of a little o other, in this case, Emma Stone, an ideal ego that is better than them, prettier than them. Because no one ever shows up and is like, people say that I'm prettier than Emma Stone. It's very rare to hear that. You can't hear people like, people say I look like Emma Stone, and then the best response you think is, no, you look much prettier than her. You're more attractive than Emma Stone. And they're like, what? You know what I'm saying? People freak the fuck out. And you can run it the opposite way in the hetero circuit. But the same thing happens. It doesn't even have to be a hetero circuit. It's just anytime somebody shows up and asks for you to give them a stamp of approval on some ideal ego that they have glommed onto. You see, that's the other indication here. If they truly felt united with Emma Stone, they would not need to ask you to validate the union. They wouldn't need your approval. Lacan's point, this is a demonstration of how desire works. It is first and foremost a desire for recognition. When someone says, do you think I look like Emma Stone? What they're asking you to do is to validate a fantasy that they have, a validation that they require for the very same reason that they required the fantasy in the first place. Namely, because they feel inadequate to themselves, incomplete. The same reason they glommed onto Emma Stone or some other little o other, some other ideal ego, is the same reason they've come to you and asked you to validate the union. This is the reason, which is why in the complete graph of desire, this is where it all begins. Everything flows from this split subject, which is why we spent so much time yesterday working on the grammatical and enunciating subjects. Because that is the starting place and the foundation for all the other moves that happen. And why I also told you yesterday that the type of self and other compassion that psychoanalysis for Lacan culminates in is a kind of acceptance and identification with the part of you that is split. In fact, even a love of the part of you that's split. With regards to others, you might look at someone's face whom you just met, and you can see the wrinkle in the corner of their mouths, the furrows deeply cut into their brows. And you might look at them and say, look at this old motherfucker. You might look at them with disgust. You might look at them as hideous beings. But to love that person the way that their partner of 45 years has loved them is from a different perspective. It's to look at the creases in the corners of their mouth and see 45 years of laughter. It's to look at the furrows in their brow and see 45 years of that look of curiosity and determination as they approach the canvas. It's to actually love the parts of them that from the other's point of view seem to be the most hideous. That's what Lacan is getting at here. When I say that love means giving what you don't have, and what you don't have, you lack. And to share a lack with another is to allow them to be split just like you. There's a reason why both of the examples are cracks in the human face, the crease in the skin, the furrow in the brow. These are all illustrations, embodied illustrations of the bar, the split, that makes the split subject. This is where you love. You don't love at the enunciating subject. You don't love at the grammatical subject. You love at the crack. And that is precisely also analytically where the Lacanian analyst aims their discourse. You aim it at the crack. So all of these things start to work together to the point that I would just like to suggest that Lacanian psychoanalysis is not simply a clinical technique. When you really start getting into this, this is a way of being in the world with others, but particularly with yourself, because that's where this starts. It's about first learning to hear what comes from your own crack, your own split, your own bar, which is exactly what the ego does not have ears to hear. So that's why sometimes you need the help of this expert hearer, listener, known as the analyst. Their job is to help you hear what your ego is deaf to. And the reason why your ego is deaf, it's not because it's bad. It's just because it's listening to all of these other players. It's so jammed up. Its frequency is so jammed, and its radio waves are so full of all of these other impulses. And then, according to Nick, now you also have the superego yammering on in the background about how much you suck. It's just a lot. It's a lot of voices in a single head. How on earth are going to hear the meager, quiet little peep that comes from the crack? It's a lot to ask an ego to do when they're mired in so many other voices. And sometimes you need a little help. That's what you are here to do. Not me, you.
So I was trying to, and this is like clumsy, but trying to think through this, like, is there a way to link this with the ineffable, which Lacan hates, right? And like Jungian, whatever. So I'm thinking, like, is the big other from perhaps a voice from the collective unconscious? But the more, as we talk through this, it feels like it's more like the plastic thrown in the ocean from the collective consciousness, right? So like, is the big other always a social construct, I guess, is what it makes me wonder.
The big other is the construct known as the social. So it's when Lacan says it doesn't exist, he means something like this. Equality is never going to walk up your driveway and knock on the door. Freedom doesn't exist. It doesn't mean that you can't approximate it more or less. It just means that freedom itself is not something that is out in the world that you can just run up and shake its hand. The big other is the same way. It is the container for everything that goes on between humans. But it itself is not something that is contained in that container. And that is the dilemma of the symbolic. The dilemma of the symbolic and the missing signifier, the reason why the symbolic is always incomplete is because it does not contain itself. It is the container, but it is never the thing contained. You see what I'm saying? It just doesn't work that way logically. It's the container of all the rules and expectations about being a man, about being a woman, about being an American, all this shit. It's the container for all of that. Lacan's question is there a container for this container? And the answer, as you pointed out yesterday in that passage, no. There is no big other for the big other. There's no other container to contain that one. So what then is the status of the container itself? What is it? I can tell you that in seminar 23, Lacan has a brilliant answer, simple answer. He says it's a plastic bag. It is a fundamentally vascular entity. And I would just like to suggest that the human form, the human body, is also a bag.
Which is the fantasy in connection to the uteromorphic
Yeah.
at all times.
That is a transmutation of the basic bag-like structure of the human form into some magical life-giving bag, as though we are hats from which rabbits can be pulled. The truth, though, is that, and this is what Deleuze and Guattari realize about skin, is that skin is this bag, and you can have a body without organs. A body without organs is a bag with no contents. You see, that's the body without organs. It's also a body that has not been organized. What it means to suffer through the Oedipal phase and to be properly genitalized is to have a body that has been organized. To have your body broken up into all these little organs, erogenous and otherwise, is to suffer the symbolic. That's what the symbolic does, is it compartmentalizes the world. It breaks shit down. Deleuze and Guattari. One of the best books on this, and I know you're going to laugh, but don't laugh too hard because I delivered a series of amazing lectures on this topic. It's a book just called Bubbles. And it's about intimacy. And the argument that this guy makes about bubbles is that the basic structure of human intimacy is always vascular. It's always bubbly. The idea, and it's all about uteromorphic stuff, but also about whatever it is we mean by intimacy, it usually has the structure of a bubble. And his point is also the one I'm making here, that Lacan also makes, is that the human form is a vascular form. It's a form that contains things, the way skin can contain organs. But also, I just want to emphasize this. Everybody take a deep breath. There's your empty bag. We are inspirational beings because the spirare, the air, is always being blown into us. And if you go back and dig into some of the basic creation myths that shore up a lot of archetypal thinking in and beyond psychology, you can see images of the gods breathing into these clay-like organisms in order to open them up, in order to transform them into containers. It is no coincidence that the basic structure of human togetherness that we have invented, known as society or the symbolic, has a vascular plastic bag container-like structure, just like us. But here's the thing. Just as the symbolic does not contain itself, you do not contain your skin. Our basic bag-like structure is not among the things that are contained within it. This is why set theory, the mathematical tradition after Cantor called set theory, is so important to understanding what's happening here. Because it's the only way that we have, that I know of, for us to really think about what it means to be a container distinct from a thing contained. And Lacan's question, when you get to the top of the graph of desire, is simple. How do you talk about, how do you find a signifier for the fact that the symbolic cannot contain itself, because it is in fact the container? How do you work with this? The signifier of the lack in the other is any signifier that shows you that the symbolic's count of everything is incomplete. Why is it incomplete? Because it doesn't contain itself as a counting machine. It does not account for itself. Who does the accountant's taxes? This is the thing about the symbolic. This is why it's a big other. It's big because it contains everything. But its totalizing account of everything has to be incomplete. Now, the logic that I showed you yesterday around this went as follows. Honey, I'm so excited to be going camping with you this weekend. Me too. Thank you so much for packing the car. Well, it was a little bit of work, but everything's in here. Okay, great. Did you bring this? Yes. Did you bring that? Yes. How about X? Yes. Why? Honey, honey, honey. I packed everything. You packed everything? Yes, everything is packed. So you're telling me you've left nothing behind? Yes, everything is packed. Nothing has been left out. Nothing has been left behind. Nothing has been excluded from my totalizing list of all the camping gear that we have. Honey, stop the car, turn around. You left nothing behind. Let's go get it. The logic here, the point behind this little anecdote is that there's always something excluded from any claim to account for everything. The question Lacan wants to ask is, what is this something that is nothing? This something that is nothing, and how does it play out in clinical experience, in analytic work? Again, you are now at the hot, molten core of Lacanian psychoanalysis. I don't know anybody else other than Bruce Fink that carries students to this level. At this core, things become clearer, not more fuzzy. And I want to be as loyal to this as possible. The nothing that is left behind, the nothing that is excluded from the symbolic, is a no thing. The easiest, crispest way to understand what's happening here is that it is the function of prohibition itself. It is that primitive no that the human subject primarily represses and excludes from their waking being. The very no that brought the child into language. No, you can't cry anymore and get what you want. You have to use our words. No, we don't go potty in the houseplant. We use the toilet. That no, as a function, a thinging of that no, that prohibition is what the symbolic kicks out. And I want to be really clear about this again as well. The primary thing, the primary human experience that society prohibits is enjoyment. In our terms, jouissance. Which is why if you look at the finished graph of desire, you can see out here, the signifier of the lack in the other occurs on the side of jouissance, because that is fundamentally what society bars. And according to Lacan, everybody who has walked through his door in search of his services, he says what these people fundamentally have needed time and time again is a non-maladaptive way to access enjoyment. They are coming to me because they are not enjoying their lives. They have pleasures, they have comforts, all of their needs are met, but they're walking through my door because they're still fucking miserable and they don't understand why. And his answer is time and again, when I encounter these patients, his response is, and Bruce Fink is exactly the same way. The lineage here from Lacan to Miller to Fink is direct. And Fink says the same thing. He says what these folks need time and time again is a way of accessing jouissance that is not maladaptive. You see, enjoying the symptoms of your horrible relationship, like you don't like fighting with your partner, but isn't the sex great afterwards? There's a way that people fight in order to fuck, which is why I wanted to emphasize the origin of the word fuck is to strike. There's a close connection between human sexuality and the kind of like hyper-aggressive, agonistic, antagonistic experiences that couples go through. I'm not saying that the sex isn't great after the fight. I'm just saying that there's an easier way to have great sex. That would be Lacan's point here. That a codependent, really unproductive couple where their rough edges are hitting your rough edges and things are super fucked up between you all. Lacan's point is there's an easier way to get off. There's a much easier way to enjoy than at the level of your disordered clinical state. And so that is the trick of analysis, according to him, is to help the subject go all the way up the graph of desire and to eventually reach this point where they can start dealing with what society has told them they can't have, jouissance. What's excluded from the big other, what's cut out, barred, and prohibited is human enjoyment. Pleasure, you're fine. But let's be clear about the distinction. Pleasure, according to Freud and Lacan as well, is governed by the pleasure principle, which is fundamentally homeostatic. What I mean by that is that you have to recall that when Freud's coming up with this stuff, he's surrounded by a world of steam engines. Steam was a huge part of the first industrial revolution that he's working through. Freud is emerging and coming into his own just about the time when the second industrial revolution starts popping, which is not a revolution of steam, but a revolution of steel. The steel revolution was what allowed the skyscraper, what allowed urbanity to really take off. Freud grew up in the first, which was defined by steam engines. And he starts thinking that human subjects are effectively little steam mechanisms. Freud's basic understanding of human subjectivity is that we are tea kettles. Fill us with water, turn on the heat. The temperature rises, and we start looking for a way to let that steam out. Catharsis. We start doing this thing, your tea kettle's singing, the steam is coming out. When you turn the heat off, the temperature inside the kettle gradually returns to the temperature of the room. That is a homeostatic process. Tension is built up in the human subject, and then it finds a release. And after the release, the human subject returns to a calmer state. You might also say this is precisely what the death drive aims at. The truth of the death drive is that the temperature of your dead form varies by the temperature of the soil in which it is. When it's winter and the soil is frozen, so also is your form. When it's summer and it's hot in the soil, you warm up as well. So the point is that in pleasurable pursuits in life and in facts of death, we are still these homeostatic organisms. That is pleasure. The pleasure that comes from coming home and putting on your pajama pants after you've been wearing tight ass clothes all day to impress the world around you, right? That pleasure is comfort. That feels good. That is not enjoyment. That is not jouissance. It's comfort. When you put on the pajama pants and then sit down in your favorite spot on the couch afterwards, and you go, and you sit down, the comfort that follows is pleasure. Ease, repose, that is pleasure. That is not jouissance. You know where jouissance is? Jouissance is here. When you sit down, the groan, that's jouissance. If jouissance is sexual orgasm, pleasure is that deep coma stupor that follows, sometimes for hours. That's pleasure. It's not jouissance. Society says you can pursue as much pleasure as you want. It's really as much as you can afford. Right? Things get hot in California. I've got a friend, she lives out in East Bay. Man, her shit is always hot. I'm like, why don't you turn on the air conditioning? She's like, can't afford it. Can't afford it. Cats are sweating. The whole place is just nasty. I'm like, I'm not coming over. Forget this. This is over. This is done. And it's just because she can't afford that comfort. Society says you can enjoy, oh, I almost said it, didn't I? Society says you can experience as much comfort as you can afford. But that is not jouissance. Enjoy as little as possible. That is the basic prohibition of society. Which is why, again, jouissance is up there with the signifier of the lack in the other. Because that's what society continually cuts out. So when we get into this container thing, contained stuff with the symbolic is the container that contains all the rules and structures and so forth, just as we are these vascular beings that contain our organized and symbolized stuff. I think it's tempting to start thinking that what's missing from the big other is itself. And in terms of set theory, that makes very good sense. But for our purposes, let me be clear, your purposes as clinicians, Lacan would have you remember that there is a very specific type of human experience that is barred by society, that is prohibited by society, that is well captured in the parental, read paternal no. The name of the father, the no of the father. What is prohibited is enjoyment. Page 696. If you think that I have been walking around here freestyling this whole time, well, that part is true. But I have never strayed from this book. I have never told you anything that can't be found in this text. What you are hearing right now is what you can also read on the page. 696 in the English, you're on 821 if you're using the French. The key paragraph here begins, we must keep in mind. Everybody take a second, read this paragraph to yourself.
What paragraph was that?
Page 696 in this English translation, but page 821 in the French. The paragraph begins, we must keep in mind. Okay, so it may be an 822, but mine says 821. Raise your hand if you need a little more time with this paragraph. Raise your hand if you couldn't find the paragraph. Okay. We must keep in mind that jouissance is prohibited. Now there's something going on here with the French. That's why Bruce has left in the French here, so you can see that Lacan is doing something playful. to whoever speaks as such. So by the fact that you speak, Lacan says jouissance is prohibited. Now, that doesn't mean that you had jouissance and then somebody taught you to speak like a proper lady or gentleman and then you had to get rid of it. That is not how this logic works. Jouissance is not something you had and that you have now lost by learning language. If you've only got ears to hear a little bit, this is what I want you to hear. Jouissance is not something you had and then lost when you entered language. Jouissance is something that can only be had as loss, as lost. It is as lost that jouissance becomes accessible to us. Because the human experience begins after language. And I know you don't like that. I know you're not comfortable with that. But the wager here is that without signifiers, you can't experience stuff. It doesn't mean shit didn't happen to you. I got scars on my body from my pre-linguistic days that back up the narratives I've been told about what happened to me. I've got those scars. But what they fundamentally back up are narratives. Lacan's point is that you can only ever have jouissance as something that has been lost. It doesn't mean you had it at one point and then you lost it. It means that it is always already missing. To speak, to have language, is to have enjoyment always already removed from the field of possibilities before you. Society is shored up or propped up by language. The law is written down in language. Norms are transmitted. Stereotypes are transmitted mouth to mouth by language. I don't know any baby that hates Black people. I don't know any racist babies. And I don't know any kids that walk through the world and see people with different skin tones and think lesser of them. They notice difference, but skin is not yet a difference that makes a difference in the child's life. You can notice all kinds of differences. The question is, what differences make a difference, socially speaking? For something to make a difference in your life, it has to be made into something more than a simple difference. And that is happening through language. The human experience of race, I'm trying to tell you here, is not just socially constructed. It is linguistically determined. It is by way of language, which is why it's so excellent that we're finally talking about institutionalized racism, because the primary place in which all isms are instituted is language. There are so many words and expressions that if you just take a close etymological look at, you'll see how they're wrapped up in the history of violence against women, Black and brown bodies, any minoritized figure. The rule of thumb was never just a simple given guideline. The rule of thumb described the maximum width of a stick that you could pull from a tree and beat the fuck out of your wife and children and slaves. In fact, I don't even think this rule applied to slaves. Notice, I'm not using the word fuck here to scandalize you. I want to remind you that the etymological origin of the word fuck is to hit. There is something inherent and violent about fucking. So the rule of thumb is a good example of this. It's a really common expression that describes things that almost don't even need to be described. It's just a general guideline. But it has this very acute, unconscious history. You see, if the unconscious is structured like a language, as Lacan would say, I'd like to add something more to that. Every language also has its own unconscious. That's why words matter. Sticks and stones may break your bones, but words can mess you up too. And one of the ways they do it is by having all of this unconscious, usually etymological baggage to them that we are unaware of when we use an expression like rule of thumb. As you can see today, I am chomping at the bit to splay us as widely as possible beyond the field of clinical experience, beyond the discipline of this, that, or the other, and into some of the wider reaches that this kind of thinking enables. This is not just about being a better clinician. The people who I know who seriously read this material, they're trying to be better humans. They're trying to be better partners. They're trying to be better parents. They're trying to help their parents be better partners. I know you all are already on this page. You wouldn't be doing the work that you're doing now, aspiring toward this goal that you're aspiring towards now, if you didn't already have a mindset geared towards helping others, helping yourself, living the best life. And I just want to remind you again and again that that's all this stuff amounts to. All Lacan wants to do is to help patients get past fantasy and desire and into a different plane of existence. Not a field of desire, but a field of drive. Not a field of fantasy, but one above it, of jouissance. That's why if you look at the completed graph, what you'll see is desire and fantasy are down here. Above desire is the drive, and above fantasy is jouissance. They're at the top of the graph because that's where Lacan hopes that through the careful work of psychoanalysis, you will be able to get the analysand. You'll be able to help get them up to that level. And we would be remiss at this point if I didn't also point out to you that at that top level, there's a circuit that can be run. Once you get up there, if you play your cards right, you can stay up there. A life worth living is one where you find a way to work the circuit from jouissance to castration, and then back again to jouissance to castration, back again, jouissance and castration. You see how the arrows work? They actually allow for a repeat performance. You can pass from a signifier of the lack in the other out to the drive, and then loop back around to a signifier of the lack in the other, and then go back to the drive. But please also note, you can just as easily go from a signifier of the lack in the other to the drive, and then loop around and miss the signifier again and wind up back down in fantasy. And keep going even further down to meaning.
Visually, please, I'm trying to follow. Do you mind holding it up?
Yeah.
And pointing to where you're at, because I want to make sure I'm following you, if you don't mind.
Let's try something fun. These are crayons. This is my daughter's art supplies. So what you can have here going along the top, is that even visible?
Yes.
There's your J for jouissance. Here's your C for castration. Here we'll put drive, just because it's easier. The walls are a little lumpy, so the writing's going to be a little off. Here you have a signifier of the bar and other. And you've got this arrow that goes retroactively, the same arrow we've been working on. What I'm trying to suggest is that there's a way for you to stay up here and continue to work around and around this area between castration and jouissance. You can just stay up here, but you could just as easily make your way all the way up here and then miss and keep going and wind up down here back in fantasy. And you could just as easily keep going and wind up down here in meaning according to a big other that is not barred, but instead whole. And that's usually the temptation. It is challenging to be in a world without meaning, without answers, when the very thing that contains society seems to be incomplete. I'm sorry, but the state does not make sense. It does not cohere. I'm sorry, but religion does not make sense. It does not cohere. There is no apparatus, social or otherwise, that you can rely on to give you all the answers. That is a very uncomfortable feeling to have day in and day out. That's why it's so damn tempting to pass through the signifier of the lack and the other to get back to something where the other is whole, the fantasy that they have all the answers, just like mommy or daddy bringing us that blanket or that food. But rest assured, in order to get there, you must enter the world of fantasy again, because this, as an adult, is a fantasy. For little kids, a little bit of omnipotence directed at the primary caregiver, the feeling that your parent or your primary caregiver has their shit together, that's kind of healthy, I would think. I would think it might be a pretty good thing to feel like your parent has some answers, to feel like they have an endless supply of food in the refrigerator. Anybody that grew up in a house that oftentimes had a bare refrigerator, you know how much that sucks. I grew up broke. It was awful. We were hungry. That fridge was empty. I would have much rather have had food in that fridge. But the fantasy as an adult that somehow the fridge is always full, or that it needs to be full in order for you to feel fed, is a problem, because it shirks the very hard work of dealing with the fact that nothing is full. Nothing is complete. But here's the thing. When nothing is complete and you can give up on the narrative and the fantasy that it should be, then you can just sit down and have a cup of coffee and be like, man, this world is super fucked up, but this coffee tastes pretty good. You hear that? That's jouissance. That doesn't mean I just had an orgasm. That's not what we're talking about. It's the type of enjoyment that is as simple as but that enjoyment only comes up here in recognition, in spite of, in light of the fact that the container that is supposed to hold you and your society together leaks. That's the issue with the symbolic. It's not just the container for everything, it's a leaky vessel. It has a crack in it. It cannot hold everything forever.
Hey, Sam.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I've been thinking about this for a while. I'm not sure exactly how to ask it, but in the case of working with the psychotic, and Lacan says that the best stance is to assume the lacking big other, right? But unlike the hysteric and pervert who have that skin of dealing with prohibition, I'm wondering how to work with the psychotic in that way when just kind of playing that lacking big other, or that might even be a form of prohibition in the experience of the psychotic, which can be dangerous. And I don't know if that's making sense, if you can speak to that a little bit.
It is. And we have to just premise this by saying what I said yesterday too, that there are some Lacanians who do not believe that you can treat psychotics using this method. They don't actually think that you can do it. I also have heard from people though that you can. And I tend to lean more toward the can part, not because I'm that kind of doctor, but because I know that Lacan built all this atop his experience of working with psychotic persons. I also know that very early in his career, Seminar 3, I just taught it, in fact, Seminar 3 is called the Psychoses. It is fundamentally about Lacanian technique being used to account for psychotic clinical structures. So if you just look at what Lacan has produced and the amount of stuff that he has said about psychosis and his work history in asylums, it's very clear that he believed that Lacanian work could apply to psychotics. So I tend to lean more in that direction, but that's only based on a reading of the literature, which oddly enough is the one thing that Lacanians don't ever do, right? If you haven't noticed this yet, but most Lacanians prefer to speak about Zizek or somebody else, somebody who does the hard work of reading Lacan for them. Anytime you hear somebody use the word Zizek and Lacan in the other sentence, in the same sentence, just turn and walk in the other direction. Doesn't mean Zizek is a bad reader of Lacan. It just means that the person you're speaking with is probably going to be relying more on Zizek, who is more of a Hegelian than a Lacanian, if you want to get technical, more of a Marxist than a psychoanalyst. They're going to be relying on Zizek, which is not the same as reading Lacan. I'm not saying you can't trust these people, because they're oftentimes smart too. It just means that Zizek and Lacan probably shouldn't be mentioned in the same sentence if you're trying to be serious about using Lacan. So with regards to Santi's question here about psychosis and the like, I think it's possible the stance that the analyst would take towards the psychotic, if you look at Lacan's work from Seminar 3 up through Seminar 23, so over the span of 2 decades, in 23, you see him doing a lot of work that he probably should have done in Seminar 3, but wasn't able to do. Seminar 23 is called the Synthome, Sinthome. And he's, of course, playing on different French puns. Synth as in creation, home as in man, synthome, the created person. But what he figures out there in reading the works of James Joyce is that one of the ways that the psychotic subject is able to stave off psychoses is by creating these little extra ties that fill in the cracks of their symbolic, of their relationship to language. And those little fillers are called synthomes. So he says, for instance, in Seminar 3, he's working very closely with this German judge, Schreber, who writes in these memoirs about all the shit. It basically writes about him losing his own mind. And it's a very classic text when understanding clinical structure of psychoses, according to Lacan, because it can actually show you how the psychotic experiences delusions, their relationship to big imaginary others, which is there because they don't have a relationship to a big symbolic other. So that's the basic sticking point, is that the neurotic has a relationship to a container that gives their life structure and meaning. That container is known as the symbolic. Because the psychotic has a broken relationship to language, they also have a broken relationship with the symbolic. And yet they still, like all human subjects, according to Lacan, long to feel held, contained, structured. But without the symbolic to do that work for them, where is the psychotic to find this containing structure? Lacan's answer, they turn to the imaginary. And instead of having a big symbolic other known as the law or society or language, they now have a big imaginary other known as aliens, Barack Obama, the NSA, Asian people, them. What the psychotic does is they create a larger than life other that then gives their life the structure and direction that they lack because they don't have a relationship to the symbolic. So now, because aliens are trying to read my thoughts, I have direction in life. I now know the things that have to be done to make my life work. I have to wrap my head in tinfoil because otherwise the aliens can read my thoughts. This is all straight Lacan stuff too. Again, I can show you the passages if we have more time. I'm not just making this up. This is me walking you through texts that are actually out there that you can read. So holler at me afterwards and I'm happy to send you some passages. But what's happening here at the level of psychosis is that an imaginary other has to be created to supplement for the lack of a symbolic other. And that's partly why these others are so huge. Not surprisingly, you'll often find psychotics who believe that they're not just trying to have their mind read by aliens. God is trying to have sex with me. I am God's lover. This was the case with Schreber. Schreber thought that he was like God's wife. God was married to him. God was penetrating him. Notice God wasn't gay, and Schreber was like, I have a penis, God has a penis. We're going to do gay stuff. It wasn't like that. Schreber feminized himself in order to become something through which the imaginary other passes. And that's part of the danger. That's part of the struggle with the psychotic, is that they feel that their skin is porous. The psychotic, according to Lacan, is somebody who feels like they're constantly being entered, penetrated by big imaginary others. God shows up and fucks Schreber in the night. He feels like he is God's bitch, if you allow me to be a little crass with this. And you should read the Schreber memoirs. These things are wild. This is true and in keeping with the spirit of the text. But this is how Schreber conceives of himself. Now, interestingly enough, here's the great difference between the psychotic and the neurotic, according to Lacan. According to Lacan, language for the neurotic person is something that the neurotic learns to inhabit. The neurotic subject enters the symbolic, finds their place within all the social rules and regulations, derives an identity, and lives a life, more or less successfully. The opposite is true for the psychotic. The psychotic does not have a container. They are not the thing contained. And as a result, the opposite is true. If the neurotic inhabits language, language inhabits the psychotic. That's a very important thing that Lacan says. This is partly why psychotics are always discernible, according to Lacan, at the level of linguistic disturbance. They speak in voices that are different from their own. They seem to be having conversations with people that aren't there. They can be heard yelling at themselves from other subject positions. Lacan is like, the reason why that is because their relationship to language isn't just jacked up. It's jacked up in a very particular way. because they do not have an experience of being contained by the symbolic, like the rest of us neurotics do, they now feel vulnerable. Different languages, alien tongues are constantly passing through the psychotic. And they speak in voices, and they hear voices. And this is where things get interesting. And Santi, I hope this starts to answer your question. The psychotic knows that this is all according to Lacan, by the way. Do I need to keep saying that, or do you get it now that this is just Lacan? The psychotic, according to Lacan, knows that you can't hear the voices in their head. They know that you can't hear those voices, which is proof to them that they are the chosen one. You'll notice, it doesn't mean that those voices don't exist. It means that because you can't hear them, but they can, it's proof that they are indeed the ones that aliens want to read. They are indeed the only one that Barack Obama wants to spy on. They are indeed God's only wife. The reason why God only speaks to me is because he doesn't love you the same way. I'm the special one. I'm the selected one.
Or what if that's their own psychotic way of creating the container, the temenos, that they don't have because they know they don't have it in a way that we do.
It is. That is precisely right, Palomi. That is exactly what, at least according to Lacan. Lacan says that this is part and parcel of the invention of a big other. The delusional, hallucinatory invention of a big other is coupled with the fact that that huge imaginary other, Colonel Sanders, the Queen of England, so forth, has chosen them, of all people, to be the select, special, chosen, magical individual. I bought a piece of work from a guy the other day on the street. He's like my neighborhood artist. And it's an amazing piece. It's like an incredible piece of art. I was like, I mean, I feel weird doing this kind of shit, but I was like, bro, I love this. You're cool. I'm cool. Like, can I just buy this? He needs money. I love art. Okay,
it's just too much.
It was too much.
It doesn't take any break.
He sold it. And I said, wow, you're amazing. And here's what he said to me. He said, I'm not amazing. It's all God's will. I don't paint this. This is all from God. I'm just the medium. All I am is the medium. I was like, shit, I heard that before. I read that in the Bible. Okay, Jesus. I don't think Jesus was psychotic. Jesus was actually, according to Lacan, Seminar 10, he was a pervert. Jesus was a masochist, which makes God a sadist. Seminar 10. There will be no breaks. You can take a break if you need one. Here, what we're trying to get at is psychoanalysis relative to psychosis. It is an extremely important point because according to Lacan, if you have a psychotic who walks through your door, and I don't mean they show up as a psychotic, like many psychotics, the psychotic that walks through your door, it might just be the person who is not suffering a break, but instead has their shit pretty well contained, maybe even medicated under the sheets. A lot of psychotics know, the sociopath, for instance, knows that when someone's crying, you're supposed to express sympathy. They can do that. Dexter can shed a tear even with you, but he doesn't feel that shit in his bones the way a neurotic might. The psychotic shows up and presents to you as though they're neurotic. If you misdiagnose their clinical structure as neurosis and you start treating them as though they're a neurotic patient, you can actually trigger, according to Lacan, the psychotic break that allows their underlying clinical structure of psychosis to blow up. So there's a great deal of emphasis in clinical Lacanian work on getting your diagnostics right. If someone's a pervert, you need to do all that you can to determine that. If someone is psychotic, you need to be all that you can do to make sure that you get at that. because a misdiagnosis can result in really bad results. I don't have any evidence of that. All I know is hearing from Lacanians and Lacan himself that it's a BFD. So you could have somebody that is psychotic deep down, according to Lacan, but that doesn't present. So then the question becomes, how do you detect if somebody has a psychotic clinical structure? According to Lacan, this is detected at the level of, wait for it, language disturbances. It's at the level of speech. There will be weird shit that a psychotic person does with language that demonstrates to you, the analyst, that they are indeed psychotic. Which brings us back to the synthome and to Santi's question. What James Joyce did with the English language was effectively break it apart and reinvent the thing. It is his own English. It is an absolute deconstruction of the English language. If you've ever peeped into Finnegan's Wake, you know what I'm talking about. He has absolutely deconstructed, taken apart, and then put back together in a totally new way the entire English language. That, for Lacan, is the synthome. It is a radically new and unique reconstruction of the symbolic that allows the psychotic person now to not have an imaginary other that is constantly raping them in the night, but instead a new symbolic that effectively sutures and patches over the crack in their original relationship to the original symbolic. Joyce, in other words, if he had not sublimated his psychosis at the level of art, at the level of poetry, he would have been psychotic. So from seminar 3 to seminar 23, you see Lacan doing some pretty interesting stuff with psychosis. And in the end, what he is suggesting on my reading of seminar 23 is that the way that you could treat a psychotic person is by helping them with their synthome, helping them develop a new symbolic, something other than the big imaginary other, usually big imaginary others that have screwed up their life so intensely. Seminar 23 suggests that that is the answer. Now, this is pretty new for me. I just lectured on 23, actually to some folks in your program. They're doing their dissertations right now. And so I thought, what better time to introduce them to seminar 23 of Lacan. So you can ask around and compare notes with some of them. They're all out of coursework now and finishing their big projects. But it's new to me, so I'm still bouncing it off my clinical homies just to see how the synthome would work, especially those that work in institutions. But my understanding after a preliminary reading of 23, Santi, is that you wouldn't exactly show up as the barred other for the psychotic. You would want to help them discover an other that is not barred. So in other words, you would want to start them off at the first level of the graph. You would actually be well served to help them develop this area. I read Lacan as saying that you could start doing good work with a psychotic here at the level of demand, not unlike the work that you would do with a child as you introduce them to language, because that is effectively what you are doing for the psychotic, is you're giving them a second introduction to the very structure whose initial introduction they rejected when it occurred. You're trying to reintroduce them, reintegrate them into the symbolic. So it's not surprising that the very same need to demand big other, meaning according to the big other circuit, could be applicable here. Now, I want you all to take this with a huge grain of salt. If you're not already, just remember, this is me reading Lacan and presenting it to you as best I can. If you were to ask me what it is that I mean by this return to Lacan, I would say the exact same thing that Lacan said about his return to Freud. The meaning of this return to Lacan that I am performing for you is a return to the meaning of Lacan that has more often than not been denied you every single time you've heard anybody try to say anything about Lacan. So bear that in mind. He fancied himself simply a translator of Freud, and that's all I'm doing here, is trying to keep you as close to this text as possible. Because remember, I'm a dumbass. I don't know anything about clinical work. I don't know anything about that. I'm a professor. Don't forget all that. I'm as ignorant as can be when it comes to the type of work we're talking about, which is precisely why I am the best instructor for this material. It may even be something worth imitating for you. The best father is a dead father, and the best analyst is a dumbass. Hold that in mind, because that's how Lacan treated it as well. So where does this put us? We've covered lots of ground, all of which has been completely live and utterly responsive to your questions.
I was just, when you were with the coffee cup thing with the, like, staying in the top of the graph, it also occurred to me, and I don't know if this fits, that, like, if we can comfortably stay up there and just accept, like, okay, everything's meaningless, so this is a great cup of coffee, but then the risk of psychosis or sociopathy via psychosis of taking the nihilist move rather than the absurdist move of, like, okay, nothing matters, and so this is intolerable, or every perverted thing I think is permitted, you know, that kind of move, and getting stuck there in that way versus stuck there in a whole
Brilliant.
way.
It's such an important question, because if you read the signifier of the lack in the other, this big S with the barred A, if you read that from a nihilistic point of view, you then have a hedonistic opportunity to say, well, nothing matters, so I can do whatever the hell I want. Or nothing matters, so what's the point? Off with my head. So you can go either of these directions. And I don't know what would keep you from going one direction or the other, except that the way that Lacan has it set up in the graph, what you can see is that when it comes to the drive, this entity right here, I want you to notice drive is connected to jouissance. It's connected to this entity, but drive itself is on the side of castration. It's on the side of castration. So my temptation to answer this is to say that when you realize that the container is not complete, that the big other can't fully do its job, it doesn't mean an end to things. It means you now have to turn to yourself for answers to the question of what kind of life is worth living. But remember, just because the big other doesn't have all the answers, it doesn't mean that it doesn't have a lot of answers, which is why we're out here in the field of castration when it comes to the drive. Now, we haven't talked much about the drive. I told you yesterday I thought it was the most difficult concept in this whole thing. And all I've given you so far with the drive has been a cup of coffee. That's it. That's all I've given you so far with the drive. What I would like to now suggest to answer this question is that when you get to the top here and you see a signifier of the lack in the other, and you realize that what's missing is the experience of enjoyment that society has prohibited from square one, the answer is not a complete nihilistic turn towards hedonism or Epicureanism, and certainly not a nihilistic turn towards suicidality or death, even though sometimes that is the most ethical thing you can do. Instead, it is a turn towards the drive. The drive is a way for you to access jouissance without breaking every single rule in the symbolic. So the drive is not, I enjoy murdering people. And so I'm going to sneak out in the night like Nero in the 1st century of the Common Era and just stab Roman citizens and then go back and sleep like a baby. We don't know if that happened, but Tacitus tells us that it did. That's not the drive. That type of murderous sociopathy is not what the drive is about. The drive is about satisfying desire at the level of jouissance. So it's like desire plus, it's beyond desire. It's about experiencing jouissance in a world where nevertheless castration, prohibition, remember the word here is prohibition, still exists. Now, I can just tell you a little bit about how Lacan says this works. He says that there are 4 dominant drives that show ways that human beings, after being introduced into language and suffering the prohibition of jouissance, can have non-maladaptive access to this jouissance nevertheless. What he's saying is that there are ways to have jouissance within the symbolic, within the field of castration and prohibition. In other words, you don't have to step completely outside society and become a murderous sociopathic being. That's not what he's talking about. The 4 drives that he discusses are all linked to erogenous zones on the human body. So this also gets at Chandler's question about how the signifier gets attached to the human form. And he says all 4 of these drives are attached to bodily orifices that all kind of have the same rim-like structure. So one drive that you've heard about is the oral drive. An oral-driven person is somebody who gets off on doing things with their mouths. Obviously, the erogenous zone that would be attached to the oral drive would be the lips. An opening in the body that has a rim-like structure. Here, the mouth, the lips. That is the erogenous zone where the oral drive takes root. So, this is usually somebody who enjoys putting things in their mouth, having themselves in other people's mouths, and putting themselves in their own mouths. So each drive is going to have an active, a passive, and a reflexive structure. Actively, if I have an oral drive, I enjoy putting things into my mouth. So this could be I enjoy eating, this could be I enjoy smoking, this could be those 2 great things that go hand in hand, cigarettes and drink. Both of your hands occupied in putting things in there. That's the active, I enjoy putting things in my mouth. That's the oral drive. Passive, you enjoy being eaten by others. Now you can think about that sexually for sure, but there are lots of other ways to think about how someone might get off on being in another's mouth. What if you are on the tip of everybody's tongue? What if everybody at Pacifica is talking about you right now? Wouldn't that satisfy your passive oral drive because now you're in everyone else's mouth? It could. It could be as abstract and symbolic as that. And then the reflexive voice. You enjoy eating yourself. This could be somebody who can't help but bite their nails. I mean, autocannibalism is a real thing. You can go down to Mexico and have your foot amputated, bring it back in a bag, and have foot tacos with your homies by the end of the week. That can actually happen. Autosarcophagy is a real thing. You know it. It happens naturally too. The skin from the inside of your mouth is oftentimes breaking off and you swallow that stuff. Do you know how many of your own pubic hairs are in your stomach right now? Lots. We are constantly ingesting our own hair. It's everywhere. It's inside us. So it's not just about the nervous biting of nails. It's kind of a natural phenomenon too for us to eat ourselves. So you have jouissance at the level of orality. You have an active, a passive, and a reflexive voice. And these are sites at which you can access jouissance within society. In other words, without having somebody call the cops on you. Hence, the coffee cup. I wanted to start with this drive because it is well illustrated.
So I interrupted your jouissance there.
It's okay, I get off on that too.
Okay. So I'm tempted to maybe catapult another, like a third term at the top of the graph. I'm curious why Lacan didn't do that. Why isn't love at the top of the graph? So, I mean, you were talking about how, you know, the teleological endpoint of analysis is between jouissance and castration, basically. This kind of, you know, going back between them. But where is love at the top of the graph? I just find that to be so bizarre that that's not included here.
Yeah, I think this is an area of his work that has needed more development. And that's why you have a book like the one Bruce just wrote called Lacan on Love. Because Lacan never really got around to working it. In Lacan's seminar on the symposium, you see him, I believe it's in the seminar on transference, you see him getting into the discussion of love, and you see a lot of this stuff popping, but he never really pursues it. And it is not because he did not experience love. That's not why. I'm not saying he was an awesome dad or an exceptional partner or a great friend. In fact, his most significant partner was one that he stole from his best friend, ruining the life of his daughter, you might even say. But the biographical stuff aside, I don't know why it's not there, Cody. I don't know why. Except to say that what Lacan is doing at this stage has more to do with understanding the human subject individually than it does with putting them into relationship with others. What Lacan is here writing about in this essay is not the subversion of love or intersubjectivity. It's about the subversion of the subject. He really wants to talk about how each of us as individuals are shaped, what we're comprised of, and what we're capable of. And I would say that you're right to think if you were going to add another level here, maybe even to keep the graph going, an arrow popping up from drive, going above the whole thing and into something like love. So instead of having the D of desire, in other words, you may have something like this. Here's desire up to the drive. And then instead of taking this arrow back towards the signifier of the lack and the other and jouissance, you might have something even further up that would be a new addition to the graph where love would come in. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think that could work. What I would suggest is that one of the fundamental math themes that would be up there that you can see me working out in my lectures on love in Lacan would be a math theme that looks something like this. You as a split subject living your life in relationship to what the other is missing, in relationship to that lack, something like that. You're right, that is a catapult. It puts us in some different terrain, but I would venture that if you were to go that far and develop love, above it, you might have this instead of drive. So it might look something like this. If you have desire leading up to drive, leading up to love, above that, you might have something like this. Desire to drive to love, and something like this. It could be a way to extend it. You know, I want to just also add this as just a little footnote, a little sidebar here. It is extremely rare for any course on Lacan that I've ever heard of anybody teaching to make it this high in the graph. Most people get stalled out with desire and they just kind of give up. Instructors as well, by the way. And I just want to take note and really honor where we are right now. In less than 24 hours, no, wait, more than 24 hours, we have managed not only to come to the very top of the graph of desire, one of the most significant graphs in Lacanian psychoanalysis, but we are now actually asking about ways to revise it and extend it further. That does not happen when people read Lacan. And I just want to honor that, because for a lot of you, this is your first time reading this material. I can't speak to its utility for you, but I can tell you that from a Lacanian point of view, from somebody who lectures about this all over the place and publishes on it and stuff like that, this is an extremely rare occurrence. And I think you should just let yourself have this moment for a minute. Like, just sit with that and recognize what you're actually doing at this stage. And in about a day's length. I couldn't be more proud of you. What other questions do you have? We've got about
Dr. McCormick.
Yeah.
I was hoping that you would continue on the erogenous zones, and I'm asking because my dissertation is going to be on revising the metaphor of anality and anal metaphors in psychoanalysis.
Great.
I'm seeing that I overlooked Lacan, probably because it didn't seem accessible to me, but I'd like to know more about that.
Jesse, you're awesome. Thank you. Let's go with the anal drive next.
Yeah.
So, yes.
I'm sorry, could I maybe tack a question onto that as you go through these examples? I'm curious about the fact that there are two ways to get from drive to jouissance, or drive to the signifier, the luck, and the other one just goes over the top and one goes back through desire into fantasy and the other. So maybe when you do these examples, could you make the difference between those?
Man, you are so smart. I don't even know if I could do that. Do you see the circuit that Catherine's offering? She's suggesting that you might come out here, hit drive, and instead of taking the top arrow back, what would happen if you slipped down, caught a piece of desire again, ran it out towards fantasy, and accessed the signifier of the lack and the other from the bottom? It is a distinct possibility. And I would just say that it is a longer route to the same objective. Because when Lacan defines the drive, he says it is a partial instantiation of desire. So there's always this connection between drive and desire that could allow you to slip from the register of drive, which touches on jouissance, to the level of desire, which is always in pursuit of pleasure. So there is a fine line there. And I think there's always opportunity when the drive is in play for you to slip back into the experience of desire. And to think, for instance, if we stick with the oral image for a minute, what if the idea here was that you thought that if you just had a better whiskey, your life would be better? You know what I'm saying? Like, you enjoy smoking and drinking, okay? And you've been drinking shit bourbon for all these years. You're like, man, what if I just got some Wild Turkey 101 up in here? It's not too fancy, but it's better than what I've got. And so you think that if you just got a better object to consume, you'd feel a little bit better. You'd enjoy a little bit more if you had the fancier whiskey. I would suggest that that might show you slipping from the drive, in this case, the oral active drive of putting things in your mouth, back down onto a wheel of desire, where you start to think that if you just had the next better version, you'd somehow enjoy it a little bit more. And that would show you spinning out into fantasy again. If I just had, in this case, little a would equal Wild Turkey 101. You'd be like, man, if I just had that fancier whiskey, I wouldn't feel so fucking fragmented. At that point, then you would have another opportunity. Let's say you have a friend that works at Wine and Spirits magazine. And so you write to them and you're like, yo, expert, please tell me what's the best whiskey that I can get. Notice how now you have slipped further down in the graph, because now you are appealing to an expert in whiskey and saying, please help me identify the best possible whiskey from all the possible whiskeys that I could have. Show me the ones that are going to get me off the most. Now look, now you're back down here mired in this shit. That's the risk that you take by taking the longer route that Catherine's charting here.
Is that circuit, the bottom circuit there, if you go back up to the jouissance piece, would that be where you attain your material dreams and realize that nothing's changed? And so is that the circuit where that happens?
Yes, because if you hit fantasy, you find yourself thinking that if you just had a better whiskey, you could enjoy more. And then you get the better whiskey and you don't, you might realize, fuck, it's not about the whiskey. It's not about the object. There's no little a, in this case, whiskey, that I can get that's going to do that work for me. Now, that doesn't mean that Old Crow is better than Wild Turkey. You feel me? That's not what we're getting at here. There are different levels, right? Some beer tastes like piss and others don't, okay? So you can have preferences. That's not what we're talking about. It doesn't mean you're just willing to like smoke whatever shit you find on the street. Sometimes you prefer the good stuff. You can have preferences here. But Lacan's point would be, don't think that just because you spend more on a pre-roll, that it's going to get you higher in a different, more experienced, higher consciousness way than spending a little bit less. So I think that what Catherine is charting here is a temptation to slip into a capitalist logic where jouissance is mediated through capital, through the symbolic, with the idea being that if I just spend a little more, I'm going to get more jouissance. And Lacan's like, no, that's not the point. The point is to find out what brings you to that state and to figure out ways for you to get there. So back to anality. And if we get an opportunity, we'll try and run the same circuit. So once more, the drive here is anal. And I'm going to speak in ways that are literal, but also metaphorical. So whatever you hear me say, just remember it's a metaphor. When I say shit, it doesn't mean poop. It does, but it doesn't. It means more. So the anal drive is also pegged to an erogenous zone, if you will. And the erogenous zone to which the anal drive is pegged is the anus, right? It is an opening in the body that has a rim-like structure. In fact, you might even say that's one of only 3 O-rings in the human body, the other being at the top of the stomach. So you've got your lips, your anus, and this little cap at the bottom of your esophagus, this little squeeze, this little O-ring. But similarly, what you see with the anal drive is an attachment to an opening in the human body that has a rim-like structure. You also see active, passive, and reflexive forms. To have an anal drive is to enjoy shitting on others. It's to enjoy leaving pieces of yourself around. The active voice in the anal drive is oftentimes seen at the level of graffiti. The logic of tagging is an anal drive. You enjoy leaving a little piece of yourself elsewhere. You ever know somebody who every time they come over to your house, they always forget something? They always leave something behind. What they are leaving behind is a little pile of shit. That's what they're doing. They just took a shit in the corner and left it for you. It's a little piece of them. So here in the anal drive, what you can see are people experience jouissance at the level of leaving pieces of themselves behind. Now, you haven't just heard me talk about coffee cups. You also heard me tell you about the time I left my phone at my buddy's house. That was the anal drive and the active voice being pursued. I was leaving a piece of shit of mine somewhere else, leaving a little piece of me there. That would be the anal drive. Got it so far? The passive voice, you enjoy being shit upon. Now that doesn't mean, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're a scatophile. That's not what I'm talking about. It doesn't mean you like wrapping yourself in cellophane and having your partner take a dump on your chest. That's not what we're working at here. It's possible. And as you move into Northern Europe, you see these types of fetishes start popping a lot. Scatophilia is a real thing, but that's not really what we're talking about. The passive voice of having other people shit on you is something different. It means you enjoy having other people shit around you. You enjoy having the dinner party because of the mess that is left behind. You see, the obsessive who's completely anal about their apartment, nevertheless is the one who always wants to have the dinner party, wants to have everybody over. They get the house perfectly clean. They put everything in its proper place. The table is set. The menu is almost prepared. You're ready to go. The wine is open. You're just like, shit, man, this place is perfect. I can't wait to entertain. I enjoy entertaining. The anal here is somebody who is, yes, having a good time at the party. But notice what happens as soon as everybody leaves, the anal, obsessional, neurotic person turns towards the sink. Because, right, everybody wants to help you put the shit in the sink, but nobody wants to actually help you do the dishes. They'll gladly carry their plate to the sink and leave it in a big pile for you. And you turn around, see, you smile because you know. You turn around and the sink is full of dishes. And you look at that and you say, what a fucking mess. And you say, well, okay, I better get to it. And you might be the kind of person who can simply walk away, leave it and say, I'll deal with it tomorrow. But if you're obsessive, there's a very good chance that you won't be able to go to sleep until that kitchen is put back together. And that experience that you do not like is jouissance. The sigh, the turning towards the full kitchen sink and being like, Jesus Christ, what a fucking mess. You curse about this. You call the Lord's name in vain. You're just all over the place. That is the passive voice. Somebody just showed up and took a shit in your apartment and you are getting off on its removal. The same thing happens when you have a dog that you've done a terrible job potty training and it literally takes a shit on the carpet and then you show up and scream at the dog. That is jouissance. That scream, that anger, that intensification of feeling known as affect. That is the anal drive. In this case, in its passive form. You are enjoying screaming at this animal who can't even remember what it was that they did to cause this. All they know is your wrath. You see the pile of shit and respond by attacking the pooper. That's jouissance as well. Here, what you're getting off on is your relationship to other people's shit. Guess what? Dear therapists, dear clinicians, who get off on dealing with other people's shit. Think about that feeling you have after you've seen one too many patients in a day. And you get off that call, you close the door, the final one is left, and you just take your glasses off and you're like, Jesus, fuck, man. Mama needs a drink or whatever. That's jouissance. That feeling of being just, oh my God, that's jouissance from dealing with other people's shit. So the anal drive, in this case, Jesse would have an active voice. You get off on leaving your shit elsewhere. A passive voice, you get off on when other people's shit is left with you. Now comes the reflexive voice. The anal drive would show you experiencing jouissance at dealing with your own shit. Freud, self-analysis, the origin of psychoanalytic theory and technique. Reflexive, anal jouissance. Self-analysis, you can see Freud, you can read Freud getting off at the distress caused by his inability to understand a dream. You can see him overwrought, bent out of shape by his inability to understand what's going on inside his own head. Everybody on this call, and if you'll notice what I like to do is talk high theory and then put it right back into the base materiality. Everybody in this call has farted, smelled their own fart, and had a mixture of like satisfaction and pride, but also disgust. See? That is the reflexive anal drive. So it can be as literal as that, as having to do with like human excrement and stuff like that, but it can also be very metaphorical. What else is capital but filthy shit, filthy lucre? Money is dirty. You handle money, you need to go home and wash your hands. You hear this all the time. Money is filthy. It's one of the most filthy things we deal with in society. It's not just because it's a hygienic issue. Money is dirty for other reasons. And what we do with our money is we take our filthy lucre to the store and we buy more shit. Think of all the shit you've bought from IKEA. Think of all the times you've run through that rat maze and traded your filthy lucre for all that Swedish shit. Feel me? What's waiting for you at Target is just shelves of shit, so that you can come home, introduce your partner to your apartment, walk them in the same way you heard us quote from the movie Spring Breakers. You can walk in and say, look at all my shit. Look at all my shit. Look at all my shit. That's what we're getting at here. So it can be metaphorical in the sense of all your stuff. Collectors, people who collect, tend to be people with anal drives, or at least you could call them anal fantasies. People who enjoy having everything in their proper place, and all the yellow things go with the yellow things and the blues with the blues and the like. That could be an anal drive. Good so far?
I just have one question. So it's at the level of like the symbolic, not actually talking about shit or talking about like, right, like the mouth per se. I'm just imagining there's a lot of ways that there could be overlap in identifying which drive is active, such as like, I kind of have like a messy apartment sometimes, and either I think about it as surrounding myself in my own shit, or that like the idea of having like a hamper full of like clothes is just something that like is something that I'm like constantly like speaking to, or like I feel like I'm like it's in my mouth in some way because it's taking up that particular attention. So I'm just wondering how much overlap is there when you're dealing with this symbolically? Seems like it kind of meshes it all together.
It does. And I want to really emphasize this point. I'm not even gonna like, we don't have time to really dig into the particularities of Santi's example, which are extremely suggestive, extremely interesting, and profound. We do have time though for a second, just really quickly to note this, because the key moment here that he's pointing out is, what does this have to do with the symbolic? That's the word you used, and that's where we should stay. The reason why the drive is out here on the side of castration, according to Lacan, here in the graph of desire, if you look at the completed graph, the drive is out on the side of castration. That is also the side of the symbolic. What you are finding a way of doing is plugging some jouissance, accessing a little bit of jouissance in the field of the symbolic, which is why I would like to suggest that the no of daddy or whatever, the paternal no, the paternal function, this non du pere, this no that prohibits jouissance, it does not cast jouissance into the hinterlands. It does not cast jouissance outside of the symbolic. That is not what it does. It transforms jouissance into an errant signifier, a missing signifier at the very heart of the symbolic. Jouissance is not exterior to the symbolic. It is integral to the symbolic. It is fully integrated as something that is prohibited. Here, Lacan is using the -1 to capture this. I much prefer this instead. When you step outside your building and you see the no smoking sign, what else is that but barring and prohibiting you from doing something that with an oral drive brings you enjoyment? That is not outside the symbolic. That prohibition represented by the no smoking sign that also looks like the sign for not in set theory is more closely approximating what happens with jouissance relative to the symbolic. It is a void in the symbolic that nevertheless has its own signifier. And it's the signifier here of not. It's the signifier, if you want to get technical and mathematical about it, of the empty set in Cantorian set theory. Some of you I know are math whizzes, so it might be worth having that. This is the empty set. And that's jouissance's place in symbolic, which is why yesterday I told you that a good way to understand the self is in terms of set theory. Here is the grammatical subject. Here is the enunciating subject. The enunciating subject is the embodied subject. An embodied subject with lips and an anus. An embodied subject by way of which you would access jouissance at the level of the drive. Now I realize this is going fast. And what I'm doing is I'm using terms that you just learned as though they're just regular terms in our vocabulary. I realize that. I also realize I'm recording this so you can play the shit back. But what we have here in this set theoretical representation of the self is a demonstration that we are not only how we present ourselves to others, we're also the parts of us that we hide, that we tuck away, that we place under erasure. These brackets show us that we are the collection of these entities. And what I'm here trying to suggest is that whatever it is that jouissance is when it appears to us, when we access it, it usually emerges from a voided site in the symbolic. Because let me put it this way. When you step outside your building and you see that no smoking sign, you know what makes that cigarette taste even better than crossing the road to smoke it? Standing underneath the fucking sign and smoking it. That's what makes a good cigarette. You see, there's something about jouissance that allows for an excess of enjoyment when you are accessing jouissance at the level of flaunting its prohibition. You see, sex, orgasm, great example of jouissance. But why not take that to the next level and have sex in the airplane bathroom? You know it's not allowed. Why talk about smoking cigarettes in the airplane bathroom? And if you haven't done that, I don't even smoke. And I decided I was going to smoke some cigarettes in the airplane bathroom. I hated the whole thing. And I was like, damn, that's jouissance, huh? I didn't enjoy any of that. Nor did I enjoy getting in trouble and having to remain in my seat for the rest of the damn flight. But damn it if I didn't do it. Sex as well. Nobody who's ever had sex in an airplane bathroom is going to be like, that was the best sex I ever had. Are you kidding? That's like the most disgusting place to ever. You don't even want to go to the bathroom in there. It's horrendous. It's a horrendous place to be. And now you want to take your pants down and spend some extra time in there trying to access jouissance. The point here is that in a disgusting environment like that, you are able to access jouissance all the more intensely because you are flaunting its prohibition. You're doing it where you ain't supposed to do it. Like sex is good enough when it's behind closed doors in the privacy of your own home where it's socially sanctioned to occur as long as you don't talk about it. And then you take that shit to the next level and you decide you're going to go to the park, unfold a blanket, and just start masturbating. I live in San Francisco. I have seen crazy, crazy stuff happen in my parks. I live by Dolores Park, baby. It is wild there. And I love that about this place. That is one way that you can trump up jouissance, is by coupling the drive and its pursuit with the prohibition that has allowed you to keep the drive alive in the first place. It's not the smoking of the cigarette across the street. It's the smoking of the cigarette right underneath the sign that says no smoking. We have just enough time to do two more drives, and they're both extremely relevant, especially given the medium that we're now in now. Let's start with the weirdest one, the auditory drive, hearing. The ear, which is just as unique and individual to each of us as a thumbprint. And my understanding from the history of criminal anthropology is that this is part of why when you get arrested, they don't just want this one, but also this one, because this is one of the most identifying and unique parts of the human body. I don't know if that's true, but I thought I'd throw that out there in case you can demonstrate it. Lacan's point is that it also is an opening, and it also has a rim-like structure. So somebody who has an aural, A-U-R-A-L, or auditory drive is going to be somebody who gets off on listening, hearing. This is somebody who always has earbuds in, who's all first thing you do when you get home is like plug in your stereo, get things going, put some music on. That's the auditory drive. Many of you have this. Many of you have this also because the talking cure that you all pursue on a daily basis presumes that at some level you get off on hearing others. You are extremely good, and maybe even too good, at holding other people's shit, at hearing other people, holding all of their shit. You can feel it in your bones some days, I bet. That would be the passive pursuit of the auditory drive. You get off, you experience jouissance at hearing others. And this can again be that example. At the end of a long day of clinical work, I have friends who tell me that they are just so wiped out that they can't even do anything. They could, I mean, they're just destroyed. The words that my friends use to describe this experience of being over full of other people's shit is usually like terms of destruction, broken, I'm devastated, I just need some time, I just can't even, etc. That's jouissance, and they know it. They load their calendars up with appointments to enjoy overhearing other people's shit. I'm mixing these because I really want to get at Santi's other point, which is about how the drives can kind of like intermingle. Here you have the enjoyment of hearing other people's shit. It's simultaneously oral and anal. You enjoy hearing other people's shit. Which brings us not to the clinician, but to the professor who enjoys hearing themselves speak. The reflexive voice. Or in my case, the professor who absolutely hates hearing the sound of his own voice. Either way, it's jouissance. I loathe my voice on these recordings. And people have been recording this shit for years. And you can see why, right? Because it's kind of like nonstop. It's important to record this stuff. But man, when it comes back on that playback, I'm just like, oh my God. It's not the content of what I say that disgusts me. It's the contours of my voice. Hideous. Can't even believe it. That is also jouissance. Disgust at the sound of your own voice is also the aural drive at work, showing that you can access jouissance at the level of disgust at the sound of your own voice. That is also the drive. Final one, and then I promise I'll stop. Scopic. The human eye, the eyelid, also is an opening. You know, this is ways that you can get viruses and shit. It's an opening that also has a rim-like structure. It's interesting. You can close your anus, you can close your mouth, you can close your eye, but you can't close your ear, as St. Augustine famously noted while attending the gladiatorial games. He could close his eyes, but alas, he could not close his ears as the lions ripped the man to part. The eye, though, is one of the most dominant drives in Western society today, really in global culture today. If you have a scopic drive, it means that you get off on watching, on seeing. People with scopic drives spend lots of time in art museums. And not just like having a good time there. They go to an art museum and see a piece and are totally blown away. They see a piece and they have to sit down on one of those islands of benches in the middle of the museum and like take a break. This is the person that goes to an art museum and gets full, experiences a kind of like a scopic overload, a sensory overload of sorts. And you're like, okay, I got to duck out to the cafe. I got to get a cup of coffee, sit down, and then I'll come back and view the rest of the exhibit. This is people who don't just like art, but people who are blown away consistently by visuality. They don't just have a nice TV. They have like an 80-inch flat screen from the future 3D XYZ television. It's like the person is right, that their TV is so good, they could basically just walk right into it and be on set. Okay, that's what we're talking about. They enjoy watching others. They also enjoy being seen. Instagram is a medium for the passive pursuit of jouissance at the level of the scopic drive. Passive because fundamentally on Instagram, what you're doing most of the time is looking at others. You're watching them and you're getting off on it. And you go back again and again and again, and you keep thumbing through in search of something that catches your eye. And in catching your eye, maybe even shocks you, causing you to laugh. Most people that I know just use Instagram for like memes and stuff. Just go there to crack up all the time. What we also know though from yesterday is that we oftentimes go to Instagram with our own images to share. And one of the first things that happens when somebody on Instagram posts a selfie is they immediately want to know if it's been seen by others. And they immediately, before that, even check to see if they can see it themselves. There's a strange kind of jouissance that comes from seeing yourself on a medium like Instagram. You can think about this, for instance, as the kind of frustration and rage you have felt when somebody has posted a picture of you with them, perhaps, on a platform without your approval. Maybe they tagged you and you suddenly got the highlight. You're like, oh, fuck, now I'm online. And you call your agent at reputation.com. You're like, yeah, we're going to need a scrub down here at 17.30 hours on Instagram. And you send them the link and they have to work around all that. Yeah, that happens. That's jouissance also. It could be the frustration at feeling that someone has shown you a picture of yourself without your permission. It could also be delight. You might look at that picture and be like, damn, I look good, don't I? Lacan would want to know, who is don't I addressed to? To whom is that addressed? Damn, I look good, don't I? Who's supposed to respond to that? So these are the four basic drives. There are others, but they all have the same structure. They are pursuing jouissance through a certain opening in the human body, and they all have active, passive, and reflexive contours. Lacan's hope is that when you reach the top of this graph and you start seeing signifiers of the lack in the other, that the other is cracked, that the other is incomplete, and so forth, that your next move is not going to be a turn towards hedonism, not going to be a turn towards nihilism, not going to be a suicidal impulse, because what's the point? It won't be. It'll be an opportunity for you to say, okay, I have tried to figure out what everybody else wants from me. It turns out they don't know what they want for themselves, much less what they want from me, right? I have passed through desire. I have passed through fantasy. Nobody is giving me the answers that I want. I went to see my therapist. They have this fancy degree from Pacifica Graduate Institute. I thought they'd be able to help me. Turns out they don't know shit either. I can't get answers from anybody. The big other cannot help me. The next question Lacan says is, well, what have you done today that felt good? Or what can you do now after that that would bring you some kind of satisfaction? Not comfort, but satisfaction. Maybe it's that cup of coffee. Maybe it's as simple as that. The drive suggests that there are all these other complicated ways, not just the cup of coffee, all these complicated ways that we can enjoy in society while being castrated. Because let's not forget, each of these drives that I have described are drives that you can pursue while driving down the road in your car. You can pursue all of this. You can enjoy taking a drive and looking out the window at the scenery as it passes by. You can be blown away, craning your neck across the dashboard to look up at the height of a building as you nevertheless drive by while minding all the societal rules and norms known as the driving code. You can be perfectly and staunchly enmeshed in the symbolic, adhering to the law, driving on the correct side of the street, driving safely with your seatbelt on, and you can still enjoy. You can have your music blaring for all the audio files up there and still be driving safely. My point is that the reason why the drive occurs out here in the field of castration is because it's not something you pursue against castration. And it's not something that you pursue in spite of castration. Here, by that, we mean prohibition. It's something that you pursue in the midst of castration, in the midst of prohibition. It's within the symbolic that you access jouissance. Some drives can get out of hand, but let me tell you, my friends in the BDSM community, even those that are scopophilic, even those that are scatophilic, even all the fecal freaks, and I don't know too many of them, but I do know people who enter into some pretty wild fields of human sexuality. And do you know what? You know what makes that work for them? Extremely elaborate consent agreements. Safe words like, I don't know why pineapple is always the word, but safe words. There is an elaborate symbolic construct that goes into the pursuit of what many would perceive to be some of the most perverse forms of human sexuality. So my point here is that even when you see the drive at its outer limits, at somebody pursuing a form of jouissance at the level of sexuality that might even be dangerous, if you enjoy being choked to the point of almost dying, there's a way for you to do that in the midst of castration, in the field of the symbolic, that allows you to keep doing it again. And that's the thing about the drive. The drive is not something that you just do once and you're like, well, okay, I did that. Same with orgasm. Nobody has just masturbated once and been like, well, okay, I guess I can check that one off the bucket list. I've done that now. The drive is something that you pursue again and again and again. Enjoyment is something that you pursue again and again and again. And the elaborate consent agreements, law, language, the symbolic, that have to be in place for you to pursue even extreme jouissance, like enjoying being choked almost to the point of death. What I want you to notice here is that communities that actually practice those types of things are usually communities that are more, not less, invested in the symbolic. They're the ones that have the 20-page agreement. The kinkier it gets, it doesn't mean the further outside the symbolic you are. It usually means the deeper into it you get, because that's where jouissance is. The crack in the vessel that makes ours a leaky existence is on the inside. That crack did not occur from the outside in. It is an inherent crack. It is what Lacan refers to as an inherency. The symbolic is inherently cracked because it is always leaving something out. Its very structure, its integrity, its internal coherence is premised on the fact that it can never fully cohere. What you now have are the basic building blocks of Lacanian psychoanalysis, with a little bit of the clinical stuff in there as well. We talked about the clinical structures of perversion, psychosis, and neurosis. We also spent time today focusing really on the important stuff, which is what kind of life is worth pursuing once you realize that the big other can't answer all your questions. And the answer for Lacan is a life dedicated to the drive. It's what he wants for you. It's also what he would ask for your analysans, to help them keep their drive alive. Because that's precisely the thing that society tries to crush. By telling you, for instance, that you have to be straight, when that's not what you feel in your bones. By telling you, for instance, that you can only experience jouissance at the level of your swimsuit zone, when that's clearly not what gets you off. Society wants to constrain enjoyment as much as possible. Lacan's great insight around this field is that it's precisely by trying to prohibit and constrain enjoyment that society in turn opens the door to its pursuit.
Why? Why does society do that?
Why does society prohibit?
Yeah, prohibit enjoyment.
I want to be clear about this again. It's not that you had enjoyment and then society told you you can't have it. It's that society prohibits, period. And by the fact of prohibition, paves the way for enjoyment. It doesn't mean that you necessarily enjoy what you've been told you can't do. It just means that without prohibition, there can't be anything like enjoyment. So the question of why is like, I mean, you could answer it simply and say that society has to prohibit things because you're not the only human in society. And if there weren't rules in place about, for instance, how to drive down the road, I would be out there doing 95 miles per hour, as you know. So you could see prohibition as a question about law. Why do there have to be laws? You might back it up even further and get more sophisticated and say, there have to be laws because there are criminals like McCormick out there driving through the streets of San Francisco at 95 miles per hour. Well, hold up. Which came first, the criminal or the law? So you might ask the question that way, Jesse. But I don't think that's what you're getting at. Will you say it again? What's the question? Because you got something here.
It's just what came to mind when you say society wants to inhibit enjoyment as much as possible. My question is, why?
The answer to this question, as near as I can tell, carries us into another book and another author. This author, in my mind, is the greatest inheritor of Lacan's work. He is still operating in France now. He's a terrific old man. If you ever get a chance to hang out with him, he's hilarious. His name is Alain Badiou. Badiou. And what Badiou has done is he has taken Lacanian psychoanalysis, coupled it with mathematical set theory, and developed an elaborate theory of the state, oppression, and social change. And I guess it's not fair to talk about society or the symbolic wanting to do anything, because for Lacan and for the people that inherit his work, what they talk more about is the function of certain things. And Badiou's argument is that the state, here the symbolic transformed into the state as state power, actually is a counting machine. And the reason why it prohibits and thus creates an inconsistency in its own system is so that it can always have a need to exist. Now, I don't want to put this incorrectly by ascribing intent, because that doesn't quite get us there. We want to put this more in terms of natural selection. It's not that the cheetah runs fast in order to catch fast prey. It's that because the cheetah can run fast, it is able to catch fast prey. And that the same is true here. It's not that the state wants to be in error so that it can continue counting. It's that by continually ensuring that there is a plenitude of subjects that can't be accounted for, read undocumented worker, read person without papers, read subaltern, read minoritized, read uncounted, read Mexican into this, read all of the local racisms in your area into this. By maintaining a subaltern group that defies the count, in this case of the census, by maintaining a group of illegals, the society in turn, or the state, finds a reason for its existence. You see, if the state could ever complete its count of the population it purports to control, there'd be no need for the state anymore as a counting mechanism, because everything would be accounted for. It's precisely because the state continually maintains and has a stake in maintaining undocumented workers and continually allowing them and even encouraging them in ways that the state finds its reason to exist. You wouldn't need it if it could do its job, but it can't do its job. And the same is true of the symbolic, to the extent that I'd like to end with a rather extreme claim. If the symbolic were not totally inadequate to the task that it assigns itself, it could not and would not even exist.
Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah. If the symbolic were not completely inadequate to the task that it assigns itself, it could not and would not even exist. Which is very interesting. And I would just ask you to recall that really basic logic of camping and packing the car. If nothing has been left out, time to stop the trip, turn around, because we forgot something. Something was left behind. Something was left out. And my point is that the symbolic, because it is cracked and incomplete, it doesn't mean that it's broken, just the opposite. It is precisely the inoperativity of the symbolic. It is its malfunction that makes it work. Because as long as the census has a population or a group that it can't count, it has a reason to keep counting and recounting. If the census could ever just get a really clear count on the population once and for all, it would be the last census we'd ever hear from. Now, obviously, the population changes. The argument here is that the machine works at the level of its own inoperativity. That's how it works. It works by continually breaking down. by always having one part of it that doesn't quite function. So I don't know the answer to the question of why it does that, but I can tell you what prohibition allows the symbolic to do. And I want to return us to the point where all of this started, here at the end of our time together, and that is language. A dead language is a language that nobody speaks anymore. A language that lives, a living language, is a language that people still speak. And not only speak, but continually introduce new words, new terms, new uses into. A living language is a language that evolves. And so in a very real sense, you might even say that what's missing from the symbolic, the missing signifier, the signifier of the lack in the other, the missing signifier are all the signifiers that haven't yet been introduced into the symbolic. 30 years ago, friend was a noun. Now it's a verb. 30 years ago, the missing signifier in the symbolic was a signifier yet to come. And maybe the missing signifier in our version of the symbolic is one that is still yet to come. There's another way to think about this. Thank you all for being here. It's been fun. I'm available to answer questions. Stay tuned for more news on this so-called quiz. Can you imagine if ever there was a course where it seems ridiculous to have an objective multiple choice quiz? This would be it, right? What was I supposed to do? Assign you all like 20-page papers and then read those things? I wouldn't dare. I'm not that much of a masochist. I wouldn't dare do that. Nor am I that much of a sadist to require
You have to grade them. Oh my God. We might actually hear how we did.
No. The response from the other is never one that you'll get. That's the thing. All written work is for you, not for me.
Thanks, Sam. That was awesome.
Thanks, Sam.
Appreciate it. Really appreciate it. I'm here for you. Send me emails, whatever you guys need. I got you as best as I can. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate your serious thought. I appreciate even your contestations, your protestations. All of your manifestations have been amazing. I just wish I could have been there in person with a full whiteboard to back all of this up. So I also appreciate you bearing with all of these strange little notepads I've been holding up for the past few hours. Stay tuned for the quiz. I can stick around for a few minutes for anybody who has a lingering question that they just can't wait to ask. Otherwise, nice to see you all. Thanks again.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm still fuzzy on how the unlanguaged world, the sensible world connects.
Yeah, you mean, can you give me some examples of that? What is this?
I'm just talking about like, okay, so I'm sitting outside right now. It's getting hot. Like I'm feeling it, you know, this makes me, you know, like I'm gonna scoot into the shade somehow, you know, I'm participating with this thing. It's, I can put language to it, but it's also just, you know, and
I see.
And there's a disconnect, you know, we've been talking particularly about the realm of language, cognition, this kind of a thing. There's interaction from, you know, non-language that seems present as well.
Yes. It's tempting to say that those parts of your material world, like the sun that's warming you up and inclining you towards the shade, it's tempting to say that those would be the real in the Lacanian terms. This would be the real at work. I don't know that that's quite right, because the real is, yes, it is brute materiality. It is raw materiality, but there's something startling about the real. There's something shocking about the real. When you encounter it, it's not the sun that gradually warms you up. It's the sun when you emerge from the tunnel in your car that comes blasting through your windshield and causes you to throw the visor down. That's the real at the level of the sun. So I see the complexity of your question here, Mark. Like, what is this thing that is definitely extra linguistic because it is a physical material element of my environment? It could be part of the real if the experience were of you driving out of the tunnel and throwing your visor down as the bright lights shine through. That would be the real. Here, though, it's something different. And I might just be tempted to call it reality. Not real, but reality, because it's a part of your lived experience, your Umwelt, your like the world or your environment. It's a part of your environment that is beyond meaning, but also lends itself to interpretation, to analysis, to decision-making. You see, when the real pops up for us, it presents us with what might be called an aporia, some point at which we can no longer rely on the symbolic and with clean, easy answers. It shocks us. It's startling, it's stunning. It's usually traumatic in even a minor way. But the way that the sun gradually warms you, it doesn't present you with an aporia. There's nothing startling about that. In fact, what it does is it makes certain decision-making even greasier. It allows you to make certain decisions. You even mentioned, like, I'm warmed here in the sun, it's getting hot though, so I'm going to move into the shade. When the real erupts in your world, it stops you in your tracks. The example of the tile that falls off the roof and hits you on the head as you walk by, that doesn't feel good. It knocks you the fuck out. And that's important to note here. The real is startling. It creates a seizure of sorts. But what you're describing is something that can certainly be real, but that in this case is lending itself more to the symbolic and to easy decision-making, which is partly why, if you look at some of the main books on Lacan, you'll see them constantly coming back to this Borromean knot. Do you see these three circles? This isn't really a knot, it's more like a linking of sorts. Well, Lacan takes these three circles and says, listen, y'all, this is in fact how the real and the symbolic and the imaginary hang together. So you can have experiences with the real that lend themselves to easy symbolization. And so, Mark, I would say that your experience of being in the sun would pop out right about here. The experience of you in the sun right now takes something real from your material environment, and it enters the symbolic in a way that allows you to still make a pretty competent, sane decision about what to do. Now, see, if you were to get warmed by the sun and then decide that you want to take all your clothes off and you're at the coffee shop, right? That's something different. It would still be within the field of the symbolic, but would really put you more on the path to jouissance. Here, though, you're having a very measured, sane, ego-informed, not because it's self-centered, but because it's in touch with reality, moment where you decide now to just go ahead and move your chair a little bit out of the sun and into the shade. That's why I say that this experience you're describing sounds a lot more to me like reality than the real. The experience of you pulling out of the tunnel and into the bright lights, throwing down your visor, might be something more like up here, more squarely in the realm of the real. But the way Lacan jiggers his system, real, symbolic, and imaginary, is such that he allows for all of these liminal experiences. For instance, when I talked about Freud's dream of Irma's injection today, And I said he has a traumatic real encounter with this horrific contents in the back of her throat. That is a mashup of the imaginary and the real. In the nightmare, typically when you have that horrendous moment in the nightmare that just wakes you from the dream, that's usually a mashup of the real and the imaginary. There was something in the imaginarium of the dream that in the context of that imaginarium shocked you so much that you woke up. And in fact, this is one of Freud's like basic theories of the dream. The job of the dream is to keep you asleep. And the failure represented by the nightmare is the failure to keep you asleep. It's the fact that the nightmare wakes you from that very essential activity of getting rest. So I just want to remind you that you can have all of these like liminal experiences. And as Lacan goes further, we're really kind of at the hinge point. That's where I put you, is right at the hinge point in his work. As he goes further from here, he's going to be talking more about topology. And these are the elements of his topology: real, symbolic, and imaginary. These are registers of human subjectivity. Right now, in the stuff that we read, he is still very keenly committed to, I wouldn't say topology, I would say tropology, to language, to signifiers, to the clever turnings that we see manifest by these language-using animals that we are. But right at this point, he is starting to turn his attention more to the topographical aspects of human experience. It had always been with him. But what I'm introducing you to, in other words, with this, is more or less where Lacan is going to wind up. And he's going to further theorize each of these little overlapping points. But that's for further, that's for later down the road. And you better believe I'm going to be back. I'll be teaching in the fall. I forget what it'll be, some sort of methods class. I tried to convince them to let me teach Buddhism. Wouldn't that be fun? I would do that. I would do that in a second. They said no. And I said, thank you.
This is just a random nerd question, which I could probably just look up, but you might know offhand. At what point in a CRE is pre and post Kojev? Like, is there a point at which the seminars change after the Kojev lectures, or do they, like, where does that fall?
They're all post.
Okay.
They're all post. So he's like kind of like still a student back then. He hadn't even really started his work. He certainly hadn't even become a doctor. He wasn't a psychiatrist at that point, I think. So he's attending these lectures by the Russian reader of Hegel, Alexander Kojev, in the 1930s, I believe. And it's not really until the 40s that anybody like Jacques Lacan starts bursting onto the psychointellectual scene. So he's got all that Kojev under his belt. And it's a really important point, because a lot of what Lacan is doing with desire and fantasy is indebted to a very particular reading of Hegel that he gets from this lecturer, Alexander Kojev. And a lot of other people, as you know, were in these seminars with Lacan, and they were wildly transformative. I would say Kojev and surrealism were the two great influences on Lacan. That's why I say sometimes read his work like poetry. He's trying to write the surrealistic aspect of the unconscious, which you can only really see as a human in the dream. That's where you really see the unconscious in its full surrealistic face. But what he gets from Kojev is a very particular reading of a very particular philosopher named Hegel, who writes a very particular book called The Phenomenology of Spirit, who in a very particular chapter in that book describes the relationship between masters and slaves. Kojev really latches on to that part of the Phenomenology of Spirit and uses it to guide his reading of the entire book, and then shows up in France and delivers a series of lectures. And this was deeply impactful for Lacan. And so a lot of the work you see him doing with desire is informed by his understanding of how masters and slaves interact. That's partly why I wanted to give you a little taste of how the shift from penis in Freud to phallus in Lacan becomes about power relationships, and how the gaze has a lot to do with power, and how desire for, of, and as another has a lot to do with how certain power relationships are internalized by women, by men, by children. And that's a different game. It's a game that has more to do with how society is structured and its need for critique. Lacan is open to that. Remember, though, everything he's doing is trying to inform his clinical work. So I would think one of the dangers of working with an analyst like this, I would never go see him, by the way. I would absolutely not choose a Lacanian for myself, just because of who I am and stuff. But I would think that one of the dangers of going to see a Lacanian is that they would have a kind of over-determined understanding of desire, where it's all fundamentally about annihilation. You see, that's the example that Kojève uses again and again, as of an apple. And maybe I'm just thinking of it because I'm starting to get hungry. But the idea is that you grab an apple desirously, and the satisfaction of that desire comes in the annihilation of that apple. And yet hunger returns again. And then you have to desire something else in order to annihilate it. And so there's this really like destructive understanding of desire. I bring this up now because it leads to an answer to the question of what happens after Lacan. Folks like Deleuze and Guattari, who I've mentioned a couple times in here, and I know some of you read this stuff as well, in their book Anti-Oedipus, for instance, for those of you that are actually pursuing this stuff, they come along and say Lacan's theory of desire is all wrong. This is just the wrong approach. And now we know why, because he got it straight from Kojève. Their approach to desire is not to reduce it or to replace it with drive. The Deleuzian approach to desire is to multiply it. I mentioned it yesterday as a kind of effort to outlive, to live a fuller life, a wilder life, however you want to figure fullness. But instead of hacking back desire in order to channel it into drive, the answer that Deleuze and Guattari came up with was, no, you want to multiply desire. The best way to beat the symbolic is to out-desire it. The best way to live in prohibition is to outlive what's been prohibited. So there's this kind of like vitalistic, almost hedonistic move after Lacan that some French folks come up with. They're not analysts, even though Guattari, Félix Guattari, Deleuze's partner, he was hoping to inherit the Lacanian school of psychoanalysis. And he did crazy shit, man. Guattari straight up moved his family into an insane asylum. While he was doing group work there, he was like, okay, kids, the whole family's going to live in this asylum with us. Because it was like all hippy dippy 1960s, like communal living, and crazy people aren't dangerous, and crazy people, you know, are just like us, and we're all crazy. And so they have like, they for instance, Deleuze and Guattari, they valorize schizophrenia. They think that a properly desirous subject is a kind of schizoid subject, somebody who's kind of fucking crazy. And Guattari really tried to ride that out. I would just add, though, that Guattari did not inherit the mantle. Lacan chose instead his son-in-law, Jacques Lacan. And I can't imagine what that must have felt like to Guattari, but he certainly didn't seem to mind when his daughter had totally had it with life on the insane asylum commune. I can't imagine. I mean, maybe it's a French thing. I just don't get it. I got time for one more question, and then I got to run, pick up a kid from school. What's up, y'all?
The death drive. Can you say more about that?
Man, that one's so tough. The death drive is so tough. On the one hand, Lacan says that all drives are fundamentally death drives. And the cleanest way to understand that is that the death drive is a drive towards repetition. And all drives have a repetitive circuitous structure. I likened this to never masturbating once. There's
Can you
something
liken it
about
to
the drive-
reincarnation?
Yes. That would be about renewal.
Mm-hmm.
Freud is doing different things with the death drive. I think what Lacan really takes from the death drive and makes extremely productive is the fundamentally repetitive structure of all drives, that they work a kind of circuitous way. And you might think of that in terms of the drive, keeping the drive alive means continually resurrecting it, having it being reborn might be a way to think about this. But the death drive for Freud is a little more extreme. And you can see some pretty interesting things that he's doing and beyond the pleasure principle, for instance, with the death drive that are profound. It's profoundly interesting. But for us, for our purposes today, and especially given the time constraint, focus on the repetitive structure, because that's what puts us in touch with the drive. All drives are repetitive. And the death drive is the great drive of repetition. Good enough?
Thank you.
Y'all
I want more, but I heard you say you're out of time.
Yep. Hey, you want more? You holler at the powers that be. My door is always open, as am I. So if you want more of this, you absolutely know who to talk to. Talk to Sandoval, talk to the powers that be. I'm happy to come back anytime and talk with y'all. This is fun for me. It is for you, I hope. All right, y'all.
Thanks, Sam.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you all.
Thanks, Dr. Sam.